And the Spurs go marching in. Glory, glory, Tottenham Hotspur.
Glory, glory,
Tottenham
hallelujah.
Hotspur. Glory, glory, Tottenham Hotspur. And the Spurs go marching in. Hey, that was fun. Big up, guys. Good evening.
I was enjoying that, and it suddenly cut off. I was like,
I know, mate. I only could do it for a minute. Then
can you?
It's a bit funny, yeah.
Copyright.
Guys, evening to everybody. Welcome to the celebration stream. Big up to everybody watching. Big up to everybody in the chat. Hope you're all doing well tonight. Thank you for joining us. The link is in the chat. Jump on, get involved throughout the night. Come on and tell us how you're feeling about the last few days. On my days, we finally won a trophy. 17 years, guys. 17 years. I cannot believe it. I cannot believe it, guys. It's crazy. Crazy. But we're here to talk about it, celebrate it, have some fun tonight. I want to hear from everybody. How have you found the last few days? How have you celebrated the win? We've got a lot to get into. It's going to be fun. A very kind of positive stream tonight. We've got to celebrate, man. 17 years, guys. So let's introduce Nige and Mark. How are you guys doing?
All is great. Yeah, all is great. I still can't speak. My voice is shot to pieces. I've still got a headache, but, you know, we soon get rid of that.
Yeah, hair with a dog and all.
Yeah. No, it's unbelievable. Unbelievable. It really is.
You didn't think you would see it, did you, Mark?
Well, I thought I'd better go to the parade because no one else, the next time I win a trophy, I'll be bloody dead. You know what I mean? I'll have to go there in spirit or spirits.
Pretty much same as usual then, mate.
Well, normal day.
How are you doing, Nige? You all good?
I'm good, yeah. I'm still buzzing. Still absolutely buzzing. Still literally all I'm doing most of the time I'm home is watching reruns, clips, the trophy being lifted. I'm sure we'll get into it in a bit, but the parade yesterday absolutely took my breath away. I watched it from start to finish, and I got to admit, I was shocked. You see all these parades by like Liverpool and all these teams and all these people. I think Spurs absolutely outdone all of them. I've never seen so many people.
It was rammed.
Amazing.
Honestly, to get anywhere, you couldn't get anywhere. Literally, I was trying to get up the high road to go in the Coach and Horses. This is £4 for Amstel in there. Nice. And I couldn't get there. I had to sneak round the back of them flats, sort of behind Chick King, come out on White Hart Lane by the station, and then come back down there. Outside the sort of the West Stand entrance was rammed. You couldn't move. You couldn't move. The police had blocked the road every 100 yards, every 200 yards, and they weren't letting anyone through because they didn't want them like crushing them that was there already.
Yeah.
It was. I've never seen. Well, it's the first parade I've ever been to, but like, it was just nice to be there. And everyone was happy. There was no talk about Ange, no talk about Levy. We've all got our feelings about those people, but I didn't mention Daniel Levy. Well, I might have done when I was drunk, but hardly at all. I didn't mention Daniel Levy. No Levy out, no Ange out. It was just nice to go there. Everyone was smiling. The beer garden in the Coach and Horses was absolutely rocking. People just like singing, constant singing in there. How it used to be at the old White Hart Lane, you know? Just constant. You'd go and you'd get a voice like mine. Couldn't speak. It was brilliant. People were just smiling. Amazing. They were just so happy. But they were smiling and drinking.
Fantastic stuff. Let's say a few hellos in the chat. Let's say a few hellos in the chat. Big up, Adrian. Good evening to Nigel and panel. Hope you're good, man. Spurs fans still have that warm glow inside and will take the afterglow into next season. Yes, fantastic times.
Possibly.
Romero says he loves the club. Interesting. And then we were running late tonight from Nige. Big up, Scott. Big up, Dan and Nige. I hope you both are doing well. Cheers, Scott. Big up, Guy. Hope you're good, man. How you feeling? Still buzzing. Big up, Toxic Headshot. How are you, man? Good to see you here. Big up, Lisa. Big up my favourite Saturday night guys. I'm so happy. Yeah, just so amazing, isn't it? What a last few days we've had. Absolutely crazy. I still have champions hangover. Yeah, it was I was rough the next day, man. All day.
I was working, man.
Hangover.
I was working.
What?
I was at work Wednesday night.
What? You didn't watch it?
Of course I did. I had my phone on.
Bloody hell, mate. That's a shame, isn't it? You had to watch it on your phone out working.
Wait, I say working in inverted commas.
Ah, right. So you popped into the pub.
No. I was sat in my van. Moving when they told me to. But I just had it on my phone.
So
at least you had a signal.
Well, yeah, we're on the 303 at the moment.
That's all right.
So just past Stonehenge. And, we're going up towards Andover. And all along there, I know is at least 4G. I got the one spot and it was 5G. That was like, yes.
Let's say hello to who else is in here. Got a few more people. Well, you guys are celebrating, man. Look, man, we don't win trophies. This is it.
No.
We don't win trophies. And that's why we're just, we're really savouring the moment, man. It just doesn't happen. Mark, big up, Mark. It was so great to see Spurs on winning a trophy. I hope it's a stepping stone to get a lot more in the next year, FA Cup or League Cup or European Cup. Yeah, man, we got to keep that feeling going. The club have got to push. Massive opportunity now in the summer. Let's see what they're made of. Text at
Notice I didn't add anything to that. You notice I didn't add anything to that about the club pushing on. My lips are sealed on Mr. Levy and everything else. I'm not talking about any of that.
Yeah, we're just talking about the game, our experiences tonight, just all sorts of stuff around the game, winning the trophy, the aftermath of it all of that good stuff. There's plenty of more time to talk about what's going to happen in the summer in future streams. Scott, just waiting until we can get back to normal and hopefully people start having rational thoughts again.
That's not tonight, Scott.
That's almost positive. That's almost positive from Scott there.
Big up, Scott. I know what
That's
you mean.
nearly a positive message, Scott. What's going on?
I know what he means.
Yeah.
But yeah, plenty of more streams for that.
All right, gets back to normal in a minute.
Big up, Terry. Big up, gents.
Sorry.
Scott, yes, kind of disappointing that fans have forgotten what really is important. Ange and Levy out, of course.
We're not talking about that. It's not the night.
Scott's trying to rope me in.
Yeah.
Glory, Tottenham. I cried when I saw Sonny drop to his knees at the final whistle. It feels so unreal. Listen, I think we all did, didn't we? We all teared up, man. What a moment. I'm so happy for him, man. Finally wins the trophy. Yeah, fantastic stuff. Fair play. In that case, I'll be off. Have a good show. Come back Tuesday, Scott. Tuesday, we're getting down to business. But guys, so look, let's get on into it really. I think we can, let's start off with our kind of match day experience, I think. I mean, we heard a little bit from you, Mark, where you were watching it in your van. Was it your van?
Yeah, it's one of them where the board flips up and you can change it around what lane shut. You know the ones I'm on about? They've got the fourfold lights.
Yeah.
You've seen them if you drive on the road. I'm the pain in the ass that causes traffic jams.
Yeah. Everyone drives past and shakes their head at.
Yeah, like that when they're going past.
Big up still, up the Spurs.
Yeah.
How's your trip to Bilbao, man? I'm sure you had a fantastic time, man. Just a couple more. Let's just say hello. This is just a kind of happy stream. We're going to get the chat involved throughout the night. Happy days. Big up, Nita. On my days, I only remember I was 60 plus today, aching all over. Went to the parade with some of the kids I used to look after, and I got so emotional. Fantastic.
Oh, you was there as well, were you, Nia?
What it's all about. That's what
I was going to say there was 250,000 there, apparently. So I'm sorry I never saw you, but I couldn't meet all of them.
There's over 100,000 people there, weren't there? I think
250. So I.
How much?
They're saying, yeah,
250,000.
Wow.
Throughout the whole high road.
I mean, that is the best parade I've ever seen in my life. I know.
Honestly, everywhere you wanted to go was rammed. I told you the police, because when the bus come past, the coach, me, Ellie, and Tom 81 followed it down the road a little bit. But it was so rammed in front of the stadium, I thought, I'm not going down there and getting crushed to death. You know? So I sort of stopped and watched it go on in front of me. And I thought, I'll stuff this. I had a beer for like 2 minutes. I thought, I'll go back to the coach. Went back to the coach and horses. The police and that, because I had to cross the road, cross the high road, go round and come in from like the other side of the ground from the coach and horses. Then I met Tom 81. He was sat down on the benches just opposite it. And he said, oh, they won't let me in there now. I said, what do you mean? And he said, they're not letting anyone through. I was furious. I thought, well, that's it then. What's we getting a beer from?
Let's go.
Yeah. Right. But I went over and said, look, I'm only going in the pub. And they said, oh, you can go through then. And so I grabbed Tom and dragged him in. That's because it was his round, I think. No.
Big up, Still. He's got his hat on. How are you doing, man? How are you doing?
I'm not taking it off. I'm not taking it off. It's not coming off.
My days. Mate, you're buzzing, absolutely buzzing still, eh?
Mate, they gave me stick. I said in the group chat, there's a Bilbao group chat for everyone that flew out there. I said, I'm bringing this hat. And they go, don't fucking bring that. I said, no. I wore this in 2004 when Greece won the Euros. I wore it in 2008 when Spurs beat Chelsea in the cup final. It's coming to Bilbao. It's the lucky hat. Oh, no, don't do it. Don't do it. They're not saying it now. All right, this is the hat, guys. This is the one. This is the magician's hat. Oh, yeah, Bilbao was something else. Something. Do you know what? It's one of those things you can't describe it unless you're there. Same as the parade. You can't describe the parade unless you're there, man. It was. That's why we support Tottenham. That's why we support the club. In my opinion, that's why we support it. But others will disagree now. I'm public enemy number one. I'm a flip-flopping, fair weather, public enemy number one fraudster, according to my mates.
Yeah, but you don't give a shit, man. We just won the trophy, innit? Do you know what I mean? We can worry about all that stuff later.
Exactly.
I don't give a shit.
Who else have we got joining? We've got any more? Oh, Adrian's joined. Here we are. Let's bring him in. Evening, Adrian. How are you?
I'm fine. I'm so pleased for all the younger generation of fans because, like, I've seen a lot of success. So, yeah, my experience, you just hit on it before I logged on. I come out in the house at Edmonton, went to Edmonton Green, and just in front of the green, when you walk down, before you even get to Little's, just past Little's actually, you walk down, that's where the two open buses were. You had the one with the Spurs team on at the front, and the one behind had all the staff on it. Took a few pictures, but actually, when you go online, you get better pictures, don't you, of other people, to be honest, don't you? You know, it's just a personal thing. So then I walked down to the stadium. But like Mark was saying about not getting through, I got past the coach and horses. I think I probably got about wire line. You just couldn't move. I did leave late. I had no intention of going early. I had other things to do. So I hung around, all the singing and shouting and everything else, like, and they had big TV screens up in the high road for those that couldn't get close, like the massive screen. So No, it was fantastic. I mean, like, we're all still bathing in it, aren't we? And yeah, the media are going to have to find another dog to hit with a stick now, aren't they? You know, they have to pick someone else. And they'll congratulate us with gritted teeth. I love it. I fucking love it.
Oh, guys, look, we're just going to talk through the Matchday experience, but look, everybody watched it in different places. Mark was working and watching it. Stel, you were there. Adrian, where were you?
What, watching the game? I was at the stadium, mate. I've never seen so many tears of joy in my life. Right there, it was fantastic, and naturally, when we scored the goal, I got absolutely drenched with beer because you know what it's like, and you're allowed to take beer in because there's no for those sort of games. So like, the atmosphere at the stadium was fantastic. It really was, you know. And
Nigel, where did you watch it? Were you at home?
I watched it at home, yeah. Bought in a takeaway, got a few beers in, but yeah, watched it at home, and I must admit I struggled. The last 5 minutes was a struggle. I kept flicking the channels because I was just like, they're going to score in a minute. They're going to score in a minute. But yeah, what an amazing night. And the highlight of it for me, highlight of the whole night was literally a minute after the final whistle when my son calls me from uni in floods of tears, just like literally bawling his eyes out, like, Dad, I can't believe it. We've won it. I've never seen us win anything. And for me, that was what it was all about. I've seen us win things. It was brilliant to see us win things again. But for my son to see us win his first trophy was brilliant.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
When Johnson scored right at the end of the first half, I was in my van parked on a verge. As soon as he scored, I was like, beep, 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 on the light horn. Message comes on the radio, Mark, you all right? I said, yeah, fucking Johnson scored, we're 1-0 up. And they said, oh, we thought you broke down.
So, Stel, I think you're probably the first one to start off with because you went there, man. You saw it all. I mean, look, tell us some stories, eh? We're all interested to find out.
Well, we like many other fans, we didn't fly to Bilbao. We had to fly to all parts of Spain or France, hire cars and drive for the best part of 5, 6, 7 hours to get to Bilbao. Most of us stayed outside Bilbao, and then on the day we just made our way into Bilbao. So we got to Bilbao, and there was a lot of Man United fans out there, and they were very arrogant. You know, you pop in to get a sandwich, grab a beer, grab a coffee on the way to the fan park, and every Man United fan, yeah, we'll beat you. You're beating us 3 times, but you're not beating us 4. And we turn up for big games. You know, it's what we do. Well, we ain't gonna not show up today. You know, yeah. So it's only Tottenham. It's only Tottenham lads. The arrogance, the absolute arrogance. Eugene, is that you eating a packet of crisps or something there, mate? Yeah.
Sorry, lads. Yeah.
You're right, Eugene.
And they were very arrogant, very, very arrogant. But there he is again. But as the day went on, there was a confidence with the Spurs fan base, and I've written off Ange all season. I said he's a crap manager, crap coach, doesn't develop players defensively, is a naive, tactics are a joke. I don't know what he's doing now. I mean, Ange out, get him out. He's awful. Mason out, everyone out, Lange out, a lot of them. And come the day, though, I knew we were going to win it. I just knew it. I had a gut feeling we're going to do it because I felt it with the Spurs fans. There wasn't a nervousness. It was a very calm, happy. Everyone's there to get behind the team. There was no arguments, no division. The whole Spurs fan base united in Bilbao, I'm telling you. And
Bill, did you think that was based on the fact that, for me, I was confident. I felt as confident as when we played the Cup final in 1981. And my confidence, I was nervous as well. Don't get me wrong. You always are when the whistle goes. But because Man United are so poor, and usually when we've met teams in finals recently when we lost, we know they've been better than us before we start and kick the ball. But this game was different. We've beaten them 3 times, and I think that's what. And I wanted the positive vibes. I was loving the positive vibes from Spurs fans because I believe that helps carry you forward, and yeah, I think it was because of that. We were confident we were going to win because we know they've been as crap as we have this season.
I think that played into it, definitely. But I think it's chatting to Spurs fans out there. A lot of them went to Madrid. A lot of them went to Real Madrid. To Madrid for the Champions League final. And what they were saying to me was none of them believed that they were going to beat Liverpool. We knew we were going to lose, but we thought maybe there's an off chance we catch them on a bad day. But we all pretty much knew Liverpool would beat us. Whereas we can beat this lot. It's not Liverpool. So maybe that is, we believed because they're shit basically like us. But the thing is, what I was saying to Spurs fans out there, because there's a lot of nervous fans as well, actually. There's not loads, but there was a few. I said, guys, we're going to beat them. We're going to beat them. And I said, I'm the most negative Spurs fan when it comes to this club, right? Because I just don't believe anything anymore. But the bad luck, it has to end at some point. The rot has to stop one day. Everyone that's got bad luck, it has to end one day. We can't have another year of bad luck yet again. At some point, it has to end. Today, it ends. And I started saying that to a lot of Spurs fans out there. And on that basis, I thought, you know what? It's going to end today. And little things started happening that made me realise it's going to happen. The way we marched to the stadium, the chant, it was like an army going to war, man. I'm telling you, it was, we're on our way, Bilbao, we're on our... And it kept going on and on, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 30 minutes. It was like we're going to battle and we were going to win it. And then all the apartment blocks to the left and right of the walk to the stadium, there was old people with Bilbao flags over their balconies saying, come on, Tottenham, you can do it, Tottenham. And then all the Spurs fans said, we'll win it for you. We'll win it for you. Because Bilbao, they hated Madrid because they knocked them out the last round. So the locals were behind us. And then when we got in and I saw just an ocean of white and all the Spurs fans singing when the Spurs go marching on, and I heard nothing from the United end. And it was like that for 90 minutes. We were the 12th man. Everyone says Liverpool's amazing fans. We were the 12th man. We rocked that stadium. We absolutely shook it, the Spurs faithful, and we got them over the line because the last 30 minutes it was backs to the wall. And I'm telling you, those players, they felt the terraces, and we got them over the line. We were the 12th man. There was one old lady. She had a walking stick, and she was hitting the Man United flags. Get that away! Get that shit away! and it was literally how a football club should be: fans together, fans united, no arguing. Just get behind the fucking team. And in the stadium, you felt it more than anywhere else. And in fact, at the parade yesterday, the same feeling that parade gave fans that were there.
Yeah.
That's what the stadium was like. It was exactly the same in the stadium. And I'll tell you this, something Adrian just said. This guy contacted me and said, hey, Stel, what's your channel? I heard you're going to be in San Sebastian. I'm going to be out there. By the way, if you're watching this show, Patrick, big up to you and your son, David. This guy broke the bank to get to be there. He had no tickets for the game and he came with his son who was 12. He might not get that moment with his son again. So he did everything he could to make it happen. And I said to him, look, jump in the car with us. We'll take you to Bilbao, right? Because, I had a feeling he might be short of a few bob because of this trip just being bloody difficult. And he did it all for his kid. And then when I got to Bilbao, do you know how many parents with their kids did the same thing? It's a cost of living crisis. And I'm seeing all these parents with kids. And the same thing at the parade. A generation, two decades worth of youngsters haven't seen Spurs win a trophy. And to see all the parents with their kids and have that moment, Iggy with his boy, Panny, on our channel, go watch the moment they had in the stadium. And
yeah, I've seen that, though. I saw that video.
It's just emotional.
Yeah.
Guys, there was many scenes like that in the stadium. There was many scenes like that before the game. There was many scenes, thousands of scenes like that at the parade. At the parade, I saw parents holding 2-year-old kids walking through the crowds. And I'm thinking, are you crazy? What are you doing? I'm seeing families trying to hold their hands with their kids as it's getting a bit of a crush. Fans are getting crushed behind the barriers at one point. But parents didn't give a damn. It was, we've got to experience this. We've got to experience this with our family. That's why we do it. It's why we're Spurs fans. And that was the best thing I took away from Bilbao, was seeing so many people make an effort. Charlie, No Filter FC. Okay. Everyone knows Charlie, No Filter FC, the YouTube channel. After the game, he comes running down the terraces and he jumps on me. He hangs on me. I'm literally dragging him like, Charlie, you're right. Charlie, get off me. He's like hanging on to me for dear life. Like, what's wrong with you, mate? And you know what? At first, I thought he'd had too many beers. Then I realised he's never experienced it. He's never seen Tottenham win a trophy, and he lost it. Emotionally, he was gone. He was broken. I thought, do you know what? Fuck it. I gave him a massive hug, and I think we hugged for about a minute, and he wouldn't let go.
But guys, it was a massive unite, wasn't it? Sorry, Eugene, but it was a massive unite. I mean, there was a feeling, wasn't there? I mean, I've never seen anything like it. Was it because we haven't won anything for so long?
Yes.
But it was scenes. Eugene, what's your thoughts on it? How did you
guys?
watch
We had right in the restaurant. If you watch my live feed of that game, of the viewing, right, in Malaysia, I had a young guy right in front of me, right. He came with his dad, right. He's never seen us win a trophy, right. When that final whistle blew, right, he was crying. Yes, the emotions were there. Yes, it was. I mean, guys, we Malaysian fans had to get up at 3 a.m. No, be at the venue that we were having that viewing at 2 a.m. in the morning, right? I was there at 1:30 setting things up and all that. 3 a.m., 1:30 in the morning. All the fans in the world, right? All the Spurs fans in the world in all those odd times and hours, right, coming out and celebrating this. It was a wonderful feeling. 17 years. That's why all I'm going to say now, guys, is, right, we have to stop all this shit that's been going on around all the channels, right? We should just savor this moment, right, until Monday. Leave it until Monday. Then we can dissect and talk about all the other things that we need to talk about. Now is the time that we must enjoy this moment, right? I don't understand what's wrong with most of our fan base who are thinking of other things. Why can't we just enjoy the moment? Live the moment, right? And to tell the truth, I'm in Malaysia, bro. You can say not, right? It's what time is it now? It's gonna be 4 a.m. with me for me here, right? And I'm hopping on, and I'm trying to tell all the fans out there, we have to stop all these this and that, and the debates that goes on. We should be doing streams about celebration. We should be doing streams about enjoying the moment. Stel, remember what I told you in January? Remember, Ash will not get sacked until he loses the Europa League, right? And he's won it. Guys, he's won it. After the Frankfurt game, we all sat here and we thought we were going to lose the Frankfurt game, right? After the Frankfurt game, I've been saying the league has become preseason friendlies. It doesn't matter. But we kept going on and on and on. But now we've won it and we're still going on in that way. We have to tell the fans, right? Enjoy this moment. Like what Stels is saying. Yesterday, I did a live streaming of the parade. I didn't expect it to be 4 hours long, guys, right? Every moment. And thank you to TJ, right? TJ was bringing me live streams from Edmonton. TJ walked all the way to Edmonton to the stadium, right? Showing me clips of all the people, And TJ was saying the whole amount of fans that were around there, he said at least 300,000, right? And in front of the stadium, 150,000 minimum, packed the space out. And Stel was saying, I mean, the people were all crushing each other, but it was all for the joy, the elation, right? So, guys, we have to move on from this, accept it. And I've been saying, if Ange wins the league, if Ange wins this cup, right, I'll give him time. I'll show him some compassion, give him a bit of leeway, right? whether it's 5-10 games or whatever. But what I'm feeling now is that I feel a bit sad because I don't understand why there's some part of our fan base can't enjoy this. You get what I'm saying? I'm feeling sad for them. You get what I'm saying? But everyone's got their opinion. Everyone's got their own feelings. But I understand. But at this moment in time, at least savor it until Sunday. You get what I'm saying? When Monday comes, we can go back to our old shit again, right? And I've not, and to tell the truth, right, Dan, you should notice all the chats that I've been putting in, right? I've never put one time Levy out. Every time I say, hi everyone, big up, we are champions, right? We are champions. We should enjoy the moment, savor it, right? And Stel has been getting pelters because of his opinions now, right? He's been called flip-flop and everything under the sun. But guys, I've taken this stance. You know me, right? I've been Ange don't care, right? I've been Ange don't care. But now he's brought us to this, right? Kudos to him. Big up to him, right? And remember what he said, right? The second season, the third season is always the better one than the second season, right? And my biggest fear now, you know what's my biggest fear? With all the drama we've been through this season, right? Being 17 and winning the Europa League. Imagine we get relegated and win the Champions League. That will be the biggest drama. Oh dear.
I just want to bring in Nigel. This winning this trophy, man. I mean, what did it mean to you, man?
It's been so long, hasn't it? 17 years since a trophy. And it wasn't even, 17 years ago we won the League Cup. For me, the UEFA Cup, apart from the League and the FA Cup, is the trophy to win, because the last time we won the UEFA Cup, I can remember being 10 years old at home with my dad. Like I've said before, and obviously my dad was quite a hard man. He was quite a firm father. But seeing the joy in his face, seeing how much I know, seeing how happy he was, and that night I never forget that UEFA Cup 1984. So for me, winning this cup was almost like a little bit of a there you go, Dad, we won that. And I'm sure he was looking down and he was incredibly proud, because so we got to make the most of it. It does my head in when fans constantly, and it's the trouble with YouTube, that you can't say anything on YouTube without being called out on it later on down the line. It's like, we are all Spurs fans. We all want the best for our club. We all just feel slightly different about how we get the best, and that's fine. But we've just won the Europa League. We are champions of Europe. I put on my TikTok page earlier that I put on a thing and said we're champions of Europe. And I got called out by 2 or 3 people. Oh, you're not champions of Europe. You can't say that. You haven't won the Champions League. No, we're champions of Europe, mate. We won the Europa, whatever. We've won a European Cup. We are the champions of Europe. But just enjoy it for a couple of days. Listen, tomorrow afternoon, 6 o'clock. If we lose to Brighton, we can all get back on that horse. But for now, I'm just going to enjoy the moment and savor every minute of it.
Stel, just wants to think here, guys. Sorry, Eugene.
Right.
Yeah, look.
Stel,
if people want to call me a flip flop because I'm now saying Ange deserves to start the next season, I'm not saying Ange in. I've got big concerns about him developing individual players. I've got big concerns about him not being flexible with our tactics, especially in the Premier League. And I've got big concerns of him accepting mediocre players, of which none of the recent signings started in that Europa Cup final. So other than Johnson, none of them started. Not a single one.
But still, just a pointer. One pointer. Sorry to interrupt. Yeah. 9 of Paratici's signings started that final. 9 of them.
I know exactly. None of Ange's signings. That confirms my point. So I've got concerns about the transfers under Ange. I've got concerns about him developing individual players, and I've got concerns about the tactics. But at the end of the day, all I care about is Spurs winning trophies, and he did it.
Yep.
Conte didn't.
That's true.
Nuno didn't. AVB didn't. Redknapp, Poch, Mourinho, none of them did it. Not a single one. He did. So for me, I couldn't give a shit where we finished in the league. And I was having these arguments earlier. So for people that want to call me a flip-flop, call me what you want. I'm happy. I'm going to stay happy. I've had an amazing week. And where, what's his name? It's Me in the chat wants to point out that I said fans are the problem. That's not what I said. Don't take what I said out of context. I said fans who don't protest, but all they do is moan about Levy, moan about the direction of the club, moan about not winning trophies, moan about ticket prices, then yes, you are the problem because you are facilitating it. Either fight against it for change, hence change for Tottenham, or you are the problem. That's what I said. And the last bit where it's me, I want to quote what he said exactly. Where he said,
"What time was it?"
I'm just looking back now. He took something out of context. Right. He just quoted me where he said, "Let's unite and be together." I never said, "Let's unite and be together." What I said was, in Bilbao, in the stadium at White Hart Lane and at the parade, fans united and came together. I never told them to do that. I never said to fans, we must unite and come together. Fans naturally did it. That's what I said. I said fans united and came together, which is what happened in Bilbao. People that disliked me came up to me in Bilbao and said, "Mate, it's fucking great you're out here." I said, "You too, bro." And we had a beer. So that's what I said. So please don't take what I say out of context. Yes, I wanted Ange out. Yes, I wanted Levy out. I still want Levy out because 2 trophies in 25
I don't worry about it.
Isn't enough for me. Two trophies in 25 years, guys. It's not enough for me.
No way.
But if we go and win 2, 3, 4 trophies over the next 4, 5, 6 years, I can say, do you know what? Levy's actually done better than what the last 25 years of ownership did. So I'll back off of it completely. But he's got to do it now. And regarding Ange, I'm not Ange in. I've got concerns. But what I'm saying is he proved me wrong by winning that trophy because I said he's not fucking winning anything this bloke. He proved me wrong. I want him to have the start of next season to prove me wrong again. I think he deserves that. That's what I said. So if people have got an issue with that, have whatever issue you want because I'm loving it right now. I love it.
Wait, guys.
I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying the moment. It's great.
Hold on, guys. And Stel, luckily you didn't take a bet up on this, right? You were smart this time.
That's why I don't take bets. I always lose.
I remember the last time you took a bet. But guys, to tell the truth, right? I also been asking people, right? When was the last time, the last time we won a trophy in 2008, right? What was the experience? To tell the truth, right? Last time when we won the trophy in 2008, I was drunk out of my mind in the KTV room in Malaysia at 3, 4 a.m. in the morning. This is the only time, right, that I was sober and enjoying it with all the Spurs fans. You get what I'm saying? The love, the feeling, the camaraderie, right? Everyone was hugging everyone. And right, when I was doing my show, when that goal went in, right, everyone jumped up, right? All my equipment on the table fell off. It was pandemonium. And in halftime, we were like having a street party because we were in a restaurant, open air restaurant, right? Everybody at halftime went onto the street to, have their cigarettes, have their chats and all that. We crowded out the street, right? But all I can say now, guys, of course, from Monday onwards, we want to see improvement. We want to see that upgrade. We want to see what Ange can do and all that, right? But all I can say now is, right, savor the moment. We have to savor the moment. We can't devalue our win. You guys know the worst part is that Arsenal is devaluing our win. They're so salty, right? And Stel knows, right? I put it in, and I told him, right? On Tuesday, I went on a Manchester United channel, right? We were cooked, right? But now this coming up this Tuesday, right? I'm going back there. I'm going to cook all of them. You get what I'm saying, right? But savor the moment, enjoy it, right? Because after 17 years, we should all, right, be able to enjoy this, right? Instead of 2-3 days after, we start dissecting everything again, all over again. Oh dear, that's so heart-wrecking.
Right now, I went yesterday, so I thought I'd better go because the next time we win a trophy, I may be dead. You know what I mean?
No, don't say that.
You know what I mean? I ain't won one for so. We ain't won one for so long, so I went. The the least of my thoughts was leave you out, and out, none of that.
Yeah,
Right.
none of that.
I got off at Northumberland Park, and Ellie was on, and I phoned Ellie because I was meeting Ellie, and she said, "Oh, I'm in the number 8 bar." I was like, "Oh, all right." I said, "I ain't having a drink in there though, because Levy owns it." I said,
He does?
"I refused."
All right.
I said, "I refuse to buy a beer in there. For a start, it's like £9 a pint."
Mm.
And I said, "Secondly, Levy owns it, and I'm not buying one. I won't go in there anyway, just because of that
Yeah.
reason."
And Mark,
But
Mark,
Levy, hang on a
what,
minute. But Levy out was the least of my worries. I met Ellie in there, and I said hello to her, and I said, "Right, I'm going up to Coach and Horses now, right? Because that's the pub I like around there, and Amstel's only £4 a pint. Excellent, right?" And so,
and Mark, did
Well,
TJ find you in the end?
hang on a
Did
minute.
TJ find you in the end? No, did
Yes.
TJ find you in the end?
Yes.
Yeah, that's
Yes,
good because he was looking for you the whole time on live on stream, right? While I was doing the parade yesterday.
I told him I was in the Coach and
Coach and
Horses.
Horses.
Yeah. Well, I had 2 or 3 beers with him at the end of the night.
That's good. That's good.
And I was walking out. I left the number 8 bar, and I walked in front of the West Stand, and I bought a flag, one of the Tottenham flags, and I was walking out the road, and I was crying. The music was pumping. The fans were happy. There was just people coming up, like hugging each other. People I'd never met just come up and bloody hug me, you know? And it was
Who'd you get a hug from, Mark?
unbelievable.
So who'd you get a hug from? Anyone nice?
No, it was all blokes.
Who was that you said before the show, Mark?
Oh,
We went live. Who was it?
Oh, Mia.
Mia.
I met Mia in the number 8 bar, and I said, "I'm not staying because I'm not giving Levy my money." That was the only bit of Levy out that come out of me yesterday. And I come out of there, and I was walking towards the Coach and Horses, and the music was pumping, like real boom, 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 and all the fans were singing and shouting, and I just started crying. Because it's like been so long, and it was such a relief to win something at long last.
Yeah.
And I promise you, I never spoke about the manager. I never spoke about Daniel Levy. The only time I mentioned him is that I'm not getting a beer in there because Levy owns it. That's the only thing I said. The rest of the time, well, after about 3 hours, I was too pissed to care anyway. But to be honest, it was marvelous. There was kids with vuvuzelas. Like, there was just people. As I walked up the high road towards the Coach and Horses, there was bottles of beer in the road. There was cans everywhere because people were just bringing their own. I mean, I thought that was illegal to drink in the street, but there was like so many thousand doing that they couldn't arrest everybody.
It was a party, man. It was a party.
Honestly, it's the first time I've been to Tottenham. Well, ever since I used to go to the old Wire Lane, the singing was constant. It's not like the new stadium where it's soulless and it's quiet. Like constant singing,
Can I ask
shouting.
you a question? Oh, Mark, can I ask you a question? Because I'm a bit younger than you and Adrian, right? Maybe you and Adrian can tell me. I'm guessing, right? Because I don't know. that parade, that atmosphere, that vibe, that huge number of fans that came out. Is that what it was like in the 60s, 70s, 50s, 80s at this football club? Is that the kind of vibe?
I was
not that bloody old.
I was at the parade.
To be honest, that was like,
older than me.
that was like what it was like stood on the shelf.
I was 6 years old when I was at the double side parade, and although they estimated anything 100, 150,000 a yesterday, you had more. It was like 250,000 or more. It might have been 300,000 or even more to win the double. And the reason was, I put my finger down to it, the demographics were different then. A lot of people have moved out of Tottenham. Well, I know a lot of people came in for the parade as well. And also, you've got to take it back then. It was black and white tellies. Not everyone had a telly or a fridge or things like that. So, and when you went to the cinema, you queued outside. You queued at Spurs for an FA Cup final ticket, 10 o'clock on a Sunday morning. So people, you didn't have all the entertainment out there now you've got now. So if there was an event, half of London would turn out, basically. And that's why you had more back then. But that's the only reason, really. In my mind, that was the only reason. I mean, I'm in Edmonton in a car park opposite a town, and it's like, and I'm 6 years old, and it's like that everywhere. But it was like that from Edmonton right up. And I used to go up to Tottenham Town almost when I used to finish. And then they'd come back, and then they'd show the cups outside the windows at Warmington House, which was very narrow. Good that they put that big platform up, though. I thought that was excellent because, like, all the players can be seen and sort of seen with the
but Adrian, my question is, that parade, the atmosphere, the vibe, the emotion, was that what the club used to be like?
Let me answer this now. Yes.
That's what I'm trying to understand, because I wasn't there back then.
Yes, because I used to stand on the shelf in the 80s, and that place was banging. If you want to speak to anybody about stood on the shelf, speak to my partner in crime, Cookie. He was a regular. I only stood on there about 2 or 3 times. And honestly, it was banging. The noise was crazy because of the low roof. But the whole of White Hart Lane, the old ground, was like that. I used to go to White Hart Lane, and I'd come home and my voice would be like this. My voice is gone. I don't know when it's coming back. It's disappeared.
You didn't have the health and safety. In the old ground, I've been in there when it's been 65,000 against.
Well, yeah, exactly. But that was a big difference.
You didn't have all the seatings that you had like in the Paxton or Park Lane. I mean, you had more open terrace and a lot more open terrace, and apart from the Archibald Leach stand, the shelf stand, right? But there was more open terrace than that, and so you could cram more people in. I think we had 76,000 for a game.
Believe you me, though, the old White Hart Lane.
Adrian, 76,000 in White Hart Lane.
Hang on, Eugene. The old White Hart Lane was the complete difference of the new stadium. It was absolute. Every time I went there, even in the 90s when we were fairly crap, right? Well, the mid 90s when we were fairly crap, that stadium used to be rocking, absolutely rocking. And we had an average team. You had sort of one good player, like Ginola or someone like that, or Gareth Bell, that could get you off your seat. But the rest of the team was meh. But the whole stadium
it rocked when it needed to rock, like if you're in cup competitions, but we still
it's completely different than the new one, because I've never been to the new one. I've never been to the new stadium, and it's been banging like that.
There wasn't, so you didn't have all the entertainment you've got now to distract people, like getting football and things like that. So people went to football, and they would keep going. You still had guaranteed crowds, because, like, what else were people going to do on a Saturday or Sunday, unless the cricket season was in or something like that? There wasn't. There just wasn't.
I'm not being funny, Adrian, but with the old ground, and I'm not being disrespectful to anybody, but it was proper fans that went there. People they weren't tourists that went there. That's what I'm trying to say.
Because it was shillings to get in. And when I was at 72 UEFA Cup final ticket was about 7 and 6 or something like that, which would be it'd be about 62.5 pence now, right? Or something to get in a ground. But then you didn't have all that money spent on players, so people went. It was cheap to go to football. I used to go to all the away games as well. I mean, like, it was great, But
guys, to tell the truth, right? This win, right, not just only gives the local fans, right, that feeling. It gives us all the international fans that feeling too. And I'm sure there were a hell of Son fans or Spurs fans in Bilbao, right, supporting him and all that, right? That will actually solidify their love for the club. You understand? Winning a trophy with a club, right, actually solidify your love. Why do you think I'm a Spurs fan for 40 years, bro? Right? I'm Malaysian. I had a choice. That's the type of feeling you get, right? And I think the one that hits me the most was the 91 FA Cup, right? Because that had that memory ingrained in my mind when we were watching what called 91 grainy kind of television, right? And that was the only live game that Malaysia used to televise, right? And and when we won it in that kind of fashion, my gosh,
Who lifted that?
yeah.
Who lifted
It brings
that
tingles
cup,
back to me again. Yeah.
asking for a friend.
Sorry?
I said, who lifted the cup in 91? I was asking for a friend.
Who lifted the cup in 91? My gosh, I can't
No,
remember.
come on, mate. Come on, Eugene. You should know this. I had his shirt on yesterday.
Who was captain?
91?
Venables. Premier
Talking
League.
about
star.
Mabbott.
So,
Mabbott lifting. the cup.
Mabbott.
yeah.
I'm surprised we even had to think about it, Adrian. When I said who lifted it, that was your cue to like.
I don't think he understood the question, if I'm honest with you. I don't think he
Oh,
understood
all
the
right.
question.
It's probably because I got no voice left.
Well, we've got some big bucks
Yeah.
coming this month now. We're guaranteed 19 million from the Champions League if we go out of the 8 games. Let's face it, we all know the squad ain't good enough to win it, but you don't know what sort of win. And we've got about 40 million coming for this when we play the Super Cup, which is on the Wednesday, 13th of August at 8 o'clock, right, at Udinese. But the stadium only holds about 26,000.
Another
It's their
final.
equivalent of the European Charity Shield, wasn't it, when the winners of the Europa League play either PSG or Inter Milan? I hope it's Milan because I think PSG would tear us to pieces. But so that's 130 million without sales. And today you got Romero coming out, or I went and sourced it. I really love this football club. I can do nothing about the speculation around me and all this. And I know, like with all players, the fan base will be 50-50. I think he's our best defender by a light year. And I mean a light year because the others are still developing. And I like them all. But we should have this excuse for not having a good window.
Adrian, I get absolutely bantered every time I post on my channel. Romero is greater than Saliba. I get torn to pieces by Spurs fans and Arsenal fans. And I'm sorry. Tell me if I'm wrong, people. He's won Copa America twice. He's won Copa Libertadores. He's won the World Cup. He's won Defender of the Year in Italy. He's won the Europa Cup with Spurs, and he won Man of the Match in the Cup final. What the fuck has Saliba done?
That was a world-class performance. But mind you,
What's Saliba done other than play really good football when the pressure's not on?
I
I
mean,
think so many Spurs fans just feel that like Romero kicks us in the teeth now and again by going to Argentina when he's probably not fit for Spurs. I think they just jump on the bandwagon.
I'll tell you what gets me.
He's a big game player.
He's a big game player.
What gets me, when people go on availability is better than ability, well, it don't work with Werner when he's available. But also, if you're injury prone, right, and I get the fact, he's never available and sneer. But just because you're injury prone doesn't mean say you're a bad footballer. That's got nothing to do with it. It's just unlucky. You've been lucky. You've been injured. Doesn't stop. Where is there a better passing centre back in the Premier League than Christian Romero? There isn't.
I don't think there is. But
Guys,
he does switch off at times. I think that's his biggest thing. He does switch off at times. If he can sort that out,
it's when you're going to apportion blame this season when we conceded so many goals and so many in penny and not playing a high block and everything like that. The whole defence has been like a sieve. It's very hard. If you had 2 or 3 players playing badly, everyone would direct their guns on them, right? But it's not been.
And again, no
individual areas all over the pitch we've had this season, and you can't.
Again, not so much in Europe because we've been playing differently. So if Ange adapts next season, I think this is what a lot of fans are saying is that, and I've been Ange out for a long time, and I still am. But my big thing is if he can adapt and play differently in the Premier League, then I think we all know he's staying now. So let's just see what happens.
All right, but guys, I'm going to say this, right? Ange can't adapt and play like that in the Premier League. If he does that, right, our fans are going to jump on his back and call him Mourinho, Conte, blah, blah, blah again. Can't you see that?
Yeah, but he did it against Brentford when we went there and won 2-0.
But he needs to be balanced. That's all.
He placed out of West Ham and got a draw with a reserve team, basically. Right, so he has done it in the Premier League. He did it away against Frankfurt.
Not often enough.
Well,
I'm still saying in the 54 years I've been alive, Ange is the worst manager I've ever seen.
Right,
and he's won the UEFA Cup.
Guys, I didn't want to do that tonight.
No, I'm not.
No, but we ain't going there. Yeah, we ain't going there.
I want to go back to the emotion.
What I want to say is, what the club have got to do after bank holiday Tuesday, we need to know. They need to make a decision. None of this give him 6 months so he does get someone in January. None of that BS. You either decide he's going to be there the whole of next season, or he's gone. Just make the decision. Don't fudge it. You know what I mean? That's what I want to see done. Right?
You mean the club, Adrian?
Sorry?
You mean the club has to make that decision?
Well, it needs to be clarified in the press because it's going to. The question's going to.
No, that means you're telling. Yeah, that means I'm asking you. Yes, that means the club has to come out and makes this statement and say that we're going to back Ange for one more season. Correct?
We need to know however they do it because, he's got.
They ain't gonna let us know, right? They threw the Premier. They threw the EPL. They threw the Premier League last season for the Europa League. They didn't let us know.
He's got 2 years on his contract. So really, in theory, the club don't have to say nothing. Like you said, well, if no one says anything contrary to it, I'll be at my desk at the beginning of next season.
Can I ask a serious question? I don't want to go negative, but
how dare you?
But
yeah,
can anyone remember?
They're supposed to be celebrating.
The last couple of days it's happened. Obviously, we won a trophy. Can anyone remember what's happened in the Premier League? Because
who cares?
It's all a bit of a blur to me now. I'm just like, we've won a trophy.
Can I ask you guys a question? It's a question I asked earlier on. Right? I don't know what every Spurs fan wants. I genuinely mean that. I don't know what every Spurs fan wants. I know what I want. I just want trophies. I don't care where we finish in the league. Here. If we finish second, 17th, same shit. You win nothing. What I don't want is to not be in Europe. I think that's detrimental to our ambitions. So if you're going to finish trophyless, at least finish in that top 7 so you've got Europe.
Yeah.
But if you do win a trophy, I don't care where we finish, because a trophy, not only is it silverware, it's a back door into Europe. So you look at Arsenal, they finished second, we finished 17th. We're both in the Champions League, but we've got a European trophy in the cabinet. They've got nothing. I'd rather be Spurs. But there's some fans that would rather be Arsenal because that's progress. They're going in the right direction. So what is it as Spurs fans that you want? Because I asked a question earlier to some fans, and I said, so if respect is where you finish in the league, and my argument was respect is winning trophies, not your league position. If we finish 17th next season, but we won the Champions League, a big if, because who the fuck finishes 17th and wins the Champions League, right? But if that was the case, let's say we finished bottom half of the table, 10th, 11th, 12th, but we won the Champions League. So a disrespectful position in the league, but we won the Champions League. Would you take that? Because some fans said no.
Right, Stal.
I'll take it.
In my opinion, with the financial might that we've got and the dynasty that Mr. Levy has built with all the money coming in, I think we should expect both. We should expect trophies and finish in the top 4, top 6.
What manager's done that in the last 25 years?
Well, none.
Guys, can I go first? Right before let me finish off.
You want?
Let me answer Stel's question.
Mark, what you want? I don't know if it's possible under this ownership, the way they run it.
No. Nor do I.
That will never happen. We know that under Levy, we ain't going to challenge for the league, right?
But with all that we got, we should be doing that. But it's whether Mr. Levy will stick his hand in his pocket and act like a proper football chairman, and so we can have it all. But we're not going on to Levy.
So what's your answer to the question? 12th and a Champions League or not?
Yes. Okay, I'm going to answer Stel's question. Yes.
Finishing second and trophyless.
We got to take the trophy, haven't we?
Yeah,
as a fan. That's what sport's all about, winning trophies.
I've got a taste for it now. I want more.
Yeah.
After Thursday, I want Wednesday, I want more.
I want the Premier League. I've been saying I want the Premier League, right? So yeah. Most important is the Premier League. But guys, can I let me finish, and I need to go because it's going to be 4:30 a.m. here in Malaysia, right? Stel, right? You're wrong, right? We've got a trophy in our cabinet, right? Arsenal's got bottles and salt in their cabinet. That's all. I got to say that, right? Am I correct? Right? Am I correct? Right? And of course, I'll take that, right? Stel, you know me, right? I'm the most radical Spurs fan here, right? I've said it, right? I'll take relegation and a trophy this season. I've said it on the channel before. Remember? Right? If you give me next season, the drama turns out to be, right, we get relegated and win the Champions League, I'll take it too, bro. Right? But guys, nice meeting up with you, Stel, again. Long time no see. Adrian, big up. Hope you're doing well. Mark, I'll catch up with you guys later. Nige, right? And Dan, hope you guys have a great show. Please remember, savor the moment, right? Savor the moment, right? We are champions. When Monday comes, then we'll see what happens, right? We are champions. That's all I'm going to say. Right.
Let's look forward positively. We've got my match with 130 million. Right? We've got 130 million. Now, I'm saying now Romero stays, right? You'd still get 25 million for Basuma. I want him out. He said he wants to show us the real Basuma. To me, I don't want you. You've had all season to show us what you've got. You had it last year, towards the end of last year as well. So don't want you. Richie goes as well. I still think you're getting 40, 45 Richie, not because he's worth that amount of money. It's because there's no number 9s out there. The likes of Everton, Calvert-Lewin's going, someone's going to want to buy him. Whether it be a Brighton who've got an old striker, ex-Arsenal, Man United striker up front or something like that, they would do business. So you can bring in that. You're going to get Marseille got to pay the 8.5 million for Højbjerg because they couldn't do it early because of the PSR requirements. Then you're probably going to get 5 or 8 mil for Gil. So what's that? You're getting a 40, 60 onto the 130. Guys, we've got 200 mil to spend. We'll have 200 million to spend. I want
Adrian, Levy says
we employed 10 youngsters.
Adrian, Levy's saying, we've got no money, we've got to sell to buy and all of this. So is that what you're saying, yeah?
Well, we know the Champions League's been a game changer. Because if he's saying we've got to sell to buy, that's before we know in the Champions League got them 8 games and guaranteed 90 million. So, all right, we might have dropped off a bit and lost a bit of revenue, but we only lost by not being in. We only lost about 25 mil, I think, when I was doing the maths. So, if there's 200 mil there, and bear in mind when people say like 360 mil, well, you don't pay. I mean, Palace are going to dig their heels in for Eze. They'll probably want all the money up. I know there's a 68 mil release clause, yeah, but I don't
want him.
Well, the thing is, we reckon we'd get him for about 50 because of the length of his contract now. And I think he'll come because he's with the same agency, same with the base agency as a lot of our players and managers with as well. So he's been well tapped up, let's be fair, right? Paratici can't come until the end of June. That's if he's coming. Nothing's been confirmed on that. So his band's up the end of June, so he might come in. The rumours I heard was that Langer was going to deal with bringing in young players. And if Paratici comes in, he'll be bringing in the oven-ready players, I call them, something like the 24, 25-year-olds upwards, that you can give a five-year contract with a year's extension on top. So, yeah. So we got 200 million, guys. Who are you buying? What positions are we filling? We'll have some fun with this.
I'll be honest, with 200 million.
You guys answer the question first. Would you take 12th Champions League?
Yes. I'd take 17th in the Champions League if we won it.
What about Adrian and Dan?
But the question still, what was it? It was like, what do we expect as Spurs fans, yeah?
What do you want as a Spurs fan? Yeah. What do you want?
What do I want? I want to win trophies. I want to be competitive season in, season out.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want what I've seen this season in the league.
No.
The thing is, still, we don't know. We don't, for your 12th and your question, to add a bit more fun to the theory, we don't know if that would be 12th under Ange or 12th under a new manager. And then our fan base would be going mental. I should imagine half of them would be going mental.
Like in general, if it's not about trophies, what is it about? Because if you finish doing because Ange in his press conference, right?
It's always about trophies. What did Blanchflower say, Nicholson? The game is about glory. It's all about trophies with Spurs fans. Always about trophies.
But there's a lot of Spurs fans now. The word glory means top 4. The word glory means competing, even if you don't win. The word glory in the mindsets of a lot of Spurs fans changed. Like, I am one of those fans that will gladly take a stinky 30% possession, 1-0 win for 10 months if we win the Premier League. I'll take it. I'll love it as well. But for a lot of fans, they'll hound the manager out. This is shit. So I don't know what fans want. That's why I'm asking, because I think we're all different on this.
Still, this was a fine line, wasn't it? You know, that game could have gone either way, right? Couldn't it? And then I don't think we can do that again. That fight, everything was going on this trophy, and it could have gone the other way, and then everything would have been a complete disaster. As a club, we should never be put in that position.
But Dan, the killer on this point, you should listen to Steve.
No, you're right. You are right.
Back to Mabbotts and all that, right? He said we had the mentality. We just knew how to get it over the line. We could get it over the line. Now, we haven't seen that in the few semi-finals, the odd finals we've lost. We haven't seen that. It's belief as well as mentality. You imagine these players now going into the next season. These kids, all right, you may scoff at Werner walking away with a medal or someone like that. But a JE and even the others, the young kids, they're all going to get a medal. I think it's 50 medals. Some of the staff might get medals as well, right? So you think what it does for them young kids. Mikey Moore to pick up he was 17 in August and he's got a UEFA Cup winner's medal, right? I mean, you think what it does to that player's development. Still, you're a coach, you know. I mean, like, this is phenomenal what some of these kids to start your career by winning and getting a medal. Just be very early in your career. And this is a very young Spurs side that could easily kick on. And we know they can perform so much better than the league position this year. Because
even someone like Johnson, who scored the winner or didn't, you know, he's been put down as the winning goal. You know, the goal scoring winner of the Europa League. He's going to go down in history. Now, what kind of player are we going to see from him now next season? We might see a totally different
again,
player.
I've got something to say about that. I've got something to say.
Again, ole.
You know what? I've been criticised.
Johnson again. That's why my voice is gone. I was singing it so loud outside the coach and horses.
Guys, with Johnson, right, I've been very critical of him, because he scores goals, but he doesn't do a lot else to impact a game. I mean, scoring goals is important, but I wanted to see him do it in a clutch moment, and he's done it. So fair play to him. Fair play to the guy.
And a lot of the work, right? I mean, you played very well. The other game where he played really well was against Man City in the cup, and he didn't score in that game. But you can't tell me, even still as a coach, couldn't tell me that those wingers ain't told to stay out there. Because you didn't have to tell Harry Kane to drop back and help out. You didn't have to tell Solanke to drop back and help out. So they've got to be told to stay out there. I mean, he's got 18 goals now, isn't he? Right? This season, all comps, and about 6 assists, something like that. Solanke's finished with he finished with 15 goals and 8 assists in all comps. So it's not bad for a first season. But I've seen, through my years of watching Spurs, I've seen so many strikers better than Solanke. Game-changing strikers, by that I mean. I wouldn't say they all work as hard as him, but game-changing strikers that can turn a game on a flash,
Listen, I don't know what Ange is doing. I don't understand us defensively at times. And then I watch a performance like Frankfurt away and the cup final, where suddenly we're defensive. It's a defensive masterclass with one or two little scary moments. Van der Ven clearing the ball off the line and Vicario flapping around. But you know what? PSG take Donnarumma and the wonder saves he made, maybe Arsenal in the cup final. So you need those players to step up and do that kind of stuff. I don't get Ange. I don't understand his tactics. I don't know what he's doing with some of the players. And this is why I'm not Ange in. But he fucking got into their heads to win a trophy. And do you know what? And I think a lot of us forget what we said, especially me. I'll talk about me. I don't want to dig you lot out. When we played Frankfurt and Frankfurt got a 1-1 draw at White Hart Lane, we said, they played for that. That's what they wanted. Now they're going to take us back to their gaff. Hostile atmosphere, 55,000 fans. Did you see what their away fans were like at White Hart Lane? We're walking into the Cauldron's Den, and God help us there. What happened over there? Then we said, shit, Bodo Glimt. They scored at White Hart Lane. We've left the door open for them. That 4G pitch in the cold weather. They beat Lazio. They beat Porto. They beat Roma. This team, they're going to have all their best players back. We went there. What happened? And then we played Man United. And what did a lot of us say? they've got the DNA, they've got the heritage. They turned up against Arsenal in the FA Cup this year with 10 men and beat them. They turned up in the Carabao Cup and beat Newcastle a couple of years ago. They turned up in the FA Cup final last year and beat Man City. It's the DNA. We've already beaten them 3 times. Sod's law, the 4th time we're gonna fucking lose it. The one that matters. What happened there?
Yeah.
That's mentality, guys. That's mentality. And whether I like it or not, it goes against everything that I've been saying about Ange. He got into them, or maybe the elite players in the team, elite is in the more experienced, they got into the other players, and they got it over the line. Do you know what Ange did to the players before the game?
Yeah, I know.
About the video footage he showed them.
With the family members and all that.
He got all their family members to send him videos, right? He got all the family members of the players to send videos to him, and then he played it to the players before kickoff. Listen, really? He got into them and he got it over the line. So,
and we didn't see Vicario faffing about with the ball. He kicked it long every time that last half, the second half, and all.
Yeah.
And we weren't faffing about the back. We looked for long balls. I thought, well, Richarlison, although I want him out of the club, I thought he worked his socks off. And well, they all did, right? You can pick out so many heroes like VDV with the clearance. And even Vicario threw faffed that ball. He made a couple of vital saves as well. He made
guys, big up Eugene. Did Pochettino manage to get that number out of them in the Champions League final? No, he was shit in the Champions League final. Did Mourinho get a tune out of the players when we were 2-0 up and we went to Dinamo Zagreb and their fucking managers doing FaceTime from prison and knocking us out? No. Did Conte get a tune out of them when we went away to Sheffield United in the FA Cup and we played these average teams in Europe? When we played Milan at White Hart Lane? No.
Yeah, but there's a reason behind that as well.
Ange got a tune out of them, guys. Yeah. He got a tune out of them. I'm not saying Conte's shit. He's just won Scudetto, right? He's elite. He's elite. But Ange did it at Spurs where no one else could.
You look at the difference in man management. Although people can't question Conte and Mourinho's records, but you can question their man management because they're more like managers who throw players under the bus. They're not the sort of managers that do it and what you've just espoused about. So they're not the type of managers that do that. And I think, and a lot of players under those managers played in fear, not with Ange. Ange has protected this squad all the way through. He's took all the flack on himself, right? Absorbed it all, right? And he's not Conte and Mourinho. And I think the players responded. And I think he's very good psychologically with the players as well. Now, is he a good manager? Well, first season 5th, this season 17th, shit in the league. He's not clueless though. You're not in the game 26 years. You're not clueless. I don't know, but I think he deserves next season.
Adrian, would you give him all of next season, or would you give him the first 3 months to show us that he's changed a bit and that we can actually?
And if it didn't work out for him, you're doing a reset again, and we're back where we started. And we've got to look for another manager or let coach take it. You either believe he can improve on this season in the league, right? Give him next season, or just sack him. Don't fudge it. We don't want to go halfway again because this is typical Tottenham. We do things halfways by half measures, and like if you don't want him, because it's not, we can only speculate about it. We're not going to make the decision. So, but if you don't want him, if Paratici doesn't want him, if Paratici's coming in at the end of June officially, although he's worked as a consultant for us, then and he don't want him, or he's got someone lined up, then well, the next manager come in, he's got the pressure of the last manager's won a trophy.
Right, so if by end of October we're 16th in a relegation fight, you would say give him the season.
We won't be though. That's not going to happen.
Hold on, this is what they said about Ten Hag.
That won't happen now. Not with the belief going into the next season.
Do you know what? This is Daniel Levy's biggest decision. He made a massive call to not sack Ange in January, February, March when everyone was calling for it. And Levy never sticks by anyone who falls out of Europe in the league. Right? That was a massive call Levy made. This is his next biggest call. Do I stick with Ange or not?
And Di Matteo got the sack after winning the FA Cup and the Champions League at Chelsea. So I get the angles of other clubs, but we've had a whole different philosophy around us because we haven't won something for years. And the other thing you have to take in consideration, question for you all, if Ange is sacked, how do you think that's going to affect squad morale going to next season?
Well, this is why. See, that's why I said he deserves a start next season, because this is what I was trying to argue with Saviour and Dan and others earlier. The current mood. Yeah.
Sorry, guys. I did want to go there tonight, but it's impossible not to, right? So I'll be really going to do this.
It never goes to plan on YouTube, Dan. You know that. It never goes to plan on YouTube.
I didn't want to get involved in all that kind of Ange in, Ange out stuff, but I have to have my say now because, you know, let's not spend too long on it because I want to go back to the kind of emotion. But for me, I think Alex is here. Let's bring Alex. Alex has been listening in, I'm sure.
Box office.
Yeah, no, it's brought it. Oh, he's gone. But
everything is so confusing. Dan. Everything is so confusing. Like
so,
I was watching.
Big up Eugene, by the way. Thanks for joining us.
Big up. Thanks everybody. I was watching that Saba stream with Sean and Stel. It's like I agree with everybody. I don't know how that's possible. You know me. I was engine, then it was Angel. Like I just have no idea what to think. I just want to say I saw my teams, my like NBA, whatever, win 7 championships. I have never cried ever. When we won, I teared up. When I saw Sonny cry, I broke down. It was insane. I don't know where that came from, so just as Stel was saying before, just given that Ange gave us that experience, how do you sack him? Like, on the other hand, when Ange said that he made a decision in January that league doesn't matter, if I believe him, which is, fair play, why didn't he then play Archie Gray the 6? Why didn't he then play Mikey Moore? Like, I can see both sides, right? There are certain decisions that baffle me. For me, and Stel, I posted you that question in the chat. For example, I know maybe I'm American, so the approach is not the same. But for me, for example, the Carabao Cup is not the same as a European Cup. So for me, I want us, like, I would take this one season of 17th and a trophy, no doubt. I was one of the fans said, I don't care if we finish last, I want to see a trophy. But if we consider us as a big club, even if we don't win every year, I want us to compete with the big boys, like, even if we fail. And is Ange that guy? I haven't seen the evidence. So I'm torn. Based on meritocracy, he earned the right to stay. But is he the right person? I doubt it.
Guys, I've got major concerns.
I don't know what to think, to be honest.
I've got major concerns.
Didn't Pep Guardiola win 5 Carabao Cups at Man City, though?
Yeah, no, but I'm saying to you, Stel, for example, a question to you. Does the Carabao Cup, are you willing, let's say, if we win Carabao Cups and finish outside of Europe, like, does that cup carry the same weight as competing in Champions League? Like, I'm not sure what to think. For me, a European Cup is a big deal.
I'll be really quick.
English
I can answer this super quick because I know Dan wants to speak. For me, if we won the Carabao Cup and finished low in the league, I'd have massive concerns. And I'll tell you why. Because the Carabao, this season, and January, February, March, April, fuck the league. Europa Cup. So rotate, rest. Don't rush players back. We paid the price. The Carabao Cup final is in February. So if you finish low in the league end of May, what the hell have you done in March, April and May? What have you done there? So I think it's the sequencing, isn't it? I don't understand how you can win a Carabao Cup and then finish low in the league, because those last 3 months means you've completely capitulated. Whereas the excuse at the moment, or the justification, is we rotate 8 players every week, but we did it to win the Europa Cup and be in the Champions League and give you that day out. So that's a difficult question. I would struggle. If we finished low in the league, but won the Carabao Cup, because that wouldn't make sense to me. Whereas this, the sum adds up. If that makes
but you
sense.
answer your own questions, though, because if we won the Europa League and if we'd won the Carabao Cup and we weren't in the Europa League, there wouldn't be a fall off, because we wouldn't be making so many changes in the team selection, because we'd won a trophy and we'd still have 3 months to go. So I don't think that would be. I don't think that would happen.
True. Look, I would take finishing 10th if we won the FA Cup. If we finish 10th and won the FA Cup or 12th, I'd take that all day long. I know a lot of fans wouldn't know. I know a lot of fans say no.
We will do a lot better in the league next year. It'd be hard not to. And I think, and we know even now, because we don't know what we're going to get in the transfer window, we know now, as we stand, our best chance is nicking both the domestic cups, because we know now we are not winning the European Champions League, right, with this squad now. We need upgrades, and we're not winning.
Yeah, but season 3 is better than season 2, mate. Don't say that.
Well, it will be. Well, if he wins both domestic cups, it will be, won't it? It will be. I'd take the FA Cup and the League Cup next season.
Yeah,
I think they're our best chances, and like there are best chances, but we don't know. We might get some really good signings in and hit some amazing form, which I'm always a believer. I'm always a hope person. Right? So.
Oh, guys, big up Alex for joining. Hope you're good, man.
Yeah, buddy.
I just wanted to say something. I don't want to spend too long on it because I wanted to focus on the glorious night. But look, I have major concerns if Ange is still in this job come the new season because I see him. I can't see he hasn't got it right. The balance between attack and defending. It's so one way, isn't it? With him, it's either one way or the other way. And I worry, I really do, but I want to leave that argument for another day, to be honest. Guys, of course, anyone can add anything. Alex, what's brought you on? What do you want to talk about?
Listen, people know what I feel already. I'm not going to go on about it. I've said my piece on my channel. I've given credit. I'm not going to go on about it because I feel still on what he feels. And to be honest with you now, I understand why he feels because he says about the trophy thing. But yeah, I agree. I'm like I say, it's a great achievement. Yesterday was great, even though it was really busy. Got to be honest, and a bit too much. But then that's crowds for you, and that's it for me. But yeah, I don't want to say any more because I said my piece. Yeah, and yeah. And that's it for me.
Did it touch you, Alex, winning that trophy? Did it touch
you?
No.
No. Listen. I'm not dismissing the Europa League. Brilliant. But everyone knows that I had after Frankfurt, I said we're beating Bodo Glimt, which I said on the channel. I said on Irish Hotspur channel. Right, I said it on everyone's. Everyone was saying, "Oh no, we're not going to beat." But I said, "We're beating Bodo Glimt, and if we get Man United, it'll be 50-50. But we'll still beat Man United." So I said we'll win the Europa League after Frankfurt. That was the game. That when I said he knows what time it is, and because that was not him. That was not him. You know what I mean? His coaching staff told us to go, and I told people that he was going to go to a back three towards the end of that match. I told you it was going to be a shit match at Man United. I told you. So everything I said, yeah, cool.
Alex, can I ask you something? What you just said?
But I understand where it's still coming from because you pride yourself on trophies, but the 17th in the league and what he said before. Sorry, but that's what I'll say because I would have to spit still because still me and him have been arguing and that's it. No, we've been debating this for yesterday and today. And to be fair, still giving a good go. No, yeah. But it's Alex,
I want to ask you something. Right? You said the coaches told him what to do, right? Why didn't they tell him what to do in the Premier League then? If it's the coaches that told him,
I don't know. This is what I'm saying because the thing is though, if he adapted to what he was doing before, it done what he was doing before. He would have. We would have not lost by one goal. So I don't know. I really don't know. But I don't want to. I just don't want to say what I said before. I don't want him here. But everyone knows my feelings. You know what I mean? Because I don't think it will improve next season. We're gonna get. We're not gonna cope with Champions League next season. Sorry, I'm not hearing that. Sorry. You think he can cope with Champions League next season when he said what he said in January?
With all due respect, Alex, look, I can understand feelings about Ange. Again, I'm not the biggest fan, but there is no way you can say that players switch from an attacking system to a completely like Jose defensive system by themselves, knowing exactly what to do, knowing how to play. Like, it's not possible. Like they can switch. Like there's no way that Romero would be organizing the defensive line by himself. There's no way that players would completely go 180 and play a defensive style after 45 minutes if it didn't come from Ange.
Can I dispute that? When you watch Basuma and Bentancur, Basuma was doing exactly what he was doing at Brighton. He was doing exactly what he was doing at Brighton. Everyone was praising him to the hilt, which he deserved it. But that's exactly his game. Bentancur was doing what he was doing at Juventus. That's why he was very good, the double pivot. Adoji and Poro were doing exactly what they do normally. Proper wing backs.
No, they weren't.
Well, they were.
No, they weren't. Poro put in an excellent defensive performance and normally bombs on and inverts. How much did you see of that?
Well, no, but he wasn't inverted that game, wasn't he? He wasn't inverted. No. Was he inverted? That's the point I'm making. He was putting he did the crossing because he was actually being a fullback. That's the point.
It's not up to him to make that decision, right? Like the manager puts players in position.
So why did he not do that in the league then, Eugene? That's what I'm saying.
So I mean, that's the question, right? The question is why does Ange play one way in the league?
So this is the point I'm making. So if he's not doing it in the league, right, which is by the way, 38 points will get you relegated in any in certain seasons, by the way, right? So when he's saying this, he's all right to say that when you won the cup, but then you're saying, oh, so you're okay to be, worrying about relegation then? You get what I'm saying?
I'm just saying if we're consistent, we slag off Ange for his tactics in the league, which is fair. At the same time, we need to give him his flowers for the tactics.
But I did say, but I didn't say that. I gave him credit for winning the. I've said it on my channel already. I've gave him. He's proved me wrong, right? Eugene, if you watch my channel, I said on the video, I've already done that. So I don't need to say any more on that. But, however, I'm sorry, I still don't believe this is him, because if it was him, he would incorporate it in the league.
Exactly.
Right? And we will not have lost by one goal every single time. That's the point. But I don't want to go into too much because I've got to respect Dan. You know what I mean? We're going to have to do this another time. That's what I think. You know what I mean? Like Dan, Eugene, I love you, mate. You know what I mean? I love the fact you disagree with me. Absolutely love you.
Determined by the injuries to our three creative midfielders. We would have played. Kula would have played. Madison would have played. Kula might have even played on the right wing because of the graft he can put in. And he would have played, Madison would have played, and so would Bergvall if they'd been fit. So some of them players have been extremely lucky to play in a cup final. I don't think he had no choice, because when we see the lineup, everyone, like when I'm talking to people at the ground, everyone's saying, this is defensive and all that. But fair play to him with Sarr, because Sarr broke from that midfield and he had two chunks in the hand in that goal with Johnson. Fair play to Sarr, who's took a fair bit of stick.
Yeah.
And I thought, again, he's run his legs off. He ran his legs off, Sarr, during that game. People think he's just a runner. He's not. He's not. He's picking out passes, and he's going to get better. He will get better, right?
Based on what?
Alex, the trouble is with Ange, it's either fully defensive or suicidal full out.
That's the point I'm making.
Yeah,
that's
I know.
The point I'm making.
That's the trouble.
What I'm saying. That's why I can't. What is our identity? What's our identity, everybody?
No,
what is our identity?
There's no happy medium. If he could get a happy medium where we're solid at the back and we look like scoring every time we go forward, that's perfect.
Yeah. But look, listen, listen, to respect what Dan says, listen, it's a brilliant thing, right? We won, right? Like, forget what Ange, because I don't want him here. But for me, it was brilliant to see what happened in the parade. That's deserved. You know what I mean? Young people seeing that and everything else. That's great.
Was you there, Alex?
Yeah, I was there.
Did that make you proud?
But
did it make you proud to be a Spurs fan?
No, I'm proud to be a Spurs fan because what we've done, and we can banter Arsenal fans. I don't want to hear no Sol Campbell songs now because, like, he didn't win Europa League or any European Cup, so we shouldn't be talking about him anymore because we've done better. So we can forget him now. You know what I mean? Yeah. So, we need to be better than that now. Move on. But, like, for me, yeah, brilliant. Gave him credit. I've given Ange credit, right? But I'm going to have to see a lot more. Players improving, right? Yeah. He's going to have to sort out his coaching staff. He's going to have to change a lot of things. And I'm not hearing the excuses about 2 games a week. I'm not hearing anything like that, right? And the fact is now we're European champions now, right? So now teams look at us like a scout now. Yeah, we're a scout now for them, yeah? So we're going to have to come in and say, sorry, we're going to show you what we're all about, yeah? I don't think Levy's changing. I think people need to respect now Daniel Levy. Daniel Levy's giving us what we want. So I don't want to hear no moaning when we're doing badly in the league and Daniel Levy's not doing this. Daniel Levy's giving us what we want. So I don't want to hear it. But I don't want to say too much on that.
Sorry, Nigel. Last thing on
That's
Ange.
it.
Yeah, this isn't the time to go into it. Forget the tactics. The biggest thing that I give him credit for is he did something that Poch could not do. I was concerned and afraid that Ange is going to start Son for sentimental reasons, just like Poch did with Kane, and just him having balls to say, "Hey, Son, you're captain, but I'm going to start Richarlison because he's going to help me on the defensive end against Ahmad." That took a lot of guts. And again, this is something that Poch could not do, which might have cost us the final against Liverpool. So for that, that's a big call. And I respect him for that. That was a huge call in my mind. And it was a tough call.
Yeah.
What we can't do as a fan base and as a club now is say, right, we've won that trophy, and then rest on our laurels. Now we have to push on. I want to see us win a trophy every year now. I've got the taste. I don't know what you guys feel. I've got the taste for it now. Whether it's a League Cup, an FA Cup, I don't care. I want to see another trophy next season.
I want to see growth and progress and trophies, obviously, because I'll start to see a hint of it with the 4 midfielders. You start to see a bit of cohesion, whether it was like Decky with Maddison, with Bergvall and Bentancur. Bentancur started to come and show what he could do last season before the ACL. Although I like him going more forward when he drives us up the pitch, to be honest. But he's quite versatile, Bentancur. So those 3 out of the 4. Front 3 for me, no cohesion, no fluidity, no nothing up there. Although we scored a lot of goals, but it happened. You can't really say it's all luck or whatever, but it just seems to happen. We sort of play away. It can be a bit shambolic, but somehow we score goals, at times. But there's no. Back in the day, you used to have a telepathic understanding between strikers that played together. Crooks, Archibald, Chivers, Gilzine, and all that. You just haven't got this in this team. It isn't there at all. And we're questioning our wingers they're not oven ready, right? Potential, but they're not oven ready. And again, but there's potential there, So yeah, with me, it's just. This is why I think we've struggled a lot. I mean, you don't need the injuries. And if you're going to bring a kid into a team, when you did it back in the day, you had 10 settled players on 9. You might bring 1 or 2 in. But it's a lot. It's a lot to ask. I mean, young Moore, believe it or not, he might have had and I love the player, but he might have had a lot of minutes in total, but he's actually made 19 appearances. For a 17-year-old in the Premier League, that's phenomenal. So we've got some fantastic talent, Donnelly, others, Lancashire, Vuskovic, hopefully. And I want to see these players go out I want to see them on pre-season tour. I want to see them on the pre-season.
Oh, Adrian, you're so close to getting involved with this Ange talk, man. But
I want to passion coming out, you see.
Yeah, look, guys, I don't know. Let's go back. Anybody else want to add anything to the Ange talk before we move back to the?
He's still the worst manager in my 54 years of existence, even though he won a cup. He's still the worst.
But we have to be thankful to him. We have to be thankful to him for winning that trophy.
Yes,
that is amazing.
Yes, I will say he adapted to get us a Europa League. Where was the adaptation in the league?
But ultimately, look, even though, my opinion, Ange, he was the manager who delivered us and all the people and the 300,000 people who were at the parade, like these moments of happiness. So regardless of your opinions, him and Son, again, we can talk about Son that, he's washed, he's this, he's that. Regardless, he was the captain of the trophy winning side. So just looking at that fact, forget everything else, right? Ange was the manager who gave us and these moments of happiness. And ultimately, at the end, that's all that matters right now for this season. Next season, we can talk about pros and cons and everything else. For right now, you cannot take that away.
Back to the party, and then back to the party.
Let's lift the mood.
Fantastic, and I've thought this for a few seasons now, to see so many women at football, and yes, to see families, young girls. I mean, we're talking 5 and 6 year olds in Spurs kits and things like that, girls and boys. And I just think it's absolutely brilliant, because they're the next generation. You need to win trophies to build a generation on a foundation, if they ain't priced out by leaving, you know what I mean? But
so let's get a question on the panel. Let's get a question for everyone. Where does this rank in your lifetime as a Spurs fan, this Europa League win? Let's go around the panel. Nige, ain't heard from you for a while, mate. Where's it for you?
It's pretty high, but the league form does sour it a little bit. I would say the 82 Cup final for me would be the biggest one, just because that's when my dad sat me down in the 81 Cup final and said, "Who do you want to win?" I said, "The team in blue, Dad." He smacked me around the head and said, "No, you effing well don't." But I can't really remember that final. The 82 Cup final was the one I remember as if it was yesterday. I can remember going to my nan's and watching the build-up. So for the 82 Cup final will never be beat for me. But this was pretty high up there. I got to say, this is pretty high up there. I don't know whether it's simply, like I say, because it's been 17 years or because it is UEFA Cup. As I said earlier, I think the UEFA Cup is a special cup for me. And I know it's Europa League now, but it's always going to be the UEFA Cup, in my opinion. But yeah, it's pretty high.
Pretty high. Okay. Mark?
Oh, it is up there. It is up there. Well, the best feeling for me was 91. I'm not telling my personal story again. You've heard it a million times. But 91 for me is the pinnacle. Just for who lifted it. Just for who lifted the cup that year. But this is probably, let's face it, this is a major European competition. All right, people say it's the second one. No, bollocks.
It is major.
It's a European trophy. I've only seen 2 of them in my lifetime. I remember sitting down watching 84. Tony Parks with a save and all that.
Does this top it, Mark, for you, this one?
No. My best memory is the 91 final for obvious reasons. Then it's probably 84. But because what Nige said, we've been that dreadful in the league, and we've all been on the manager's back. Well, some of us have. And I've already said he's the worst manager I've ever seen in my lifetime. But he brought us a cup. So it's probably behind 91, 84. It's probably third in my list.
Fair enough.
81 and 82 is close as well. Ricky Villa in the final. 81. That's
fantastic memories, eh?
Yeah.
Amazing. Stel, what about you, man? Where's it with you, this trophy?
Joint number one. I can't separate the two because they're different. In 91, being at Wembley to beat Arsenal, who are champions of England, who are on the verge of doing a double, and we stopped them, and Gaza hitting that free kick, fuck my life. That was insane. That game was mental, man. Mental. So that will forever stay with me. But when you go to away games, especially abroad, it's my first away abroad game with Spurs. It's different. And I was lucky enough to be there, right? I count myself very lucky to be there. It was different, man. And I will never forget that stadium, what it was like being there, especially the final whistle. It was immense. So 2 very different. I can't separate them. They're joint number one. If I had to really pick one, if I was really pushed, I'd say Bilbao. But that's you put a gun to my head, pick one or you die, I'd say Bilbao.
Why though?
Because I'm old enough more to appreciate it. I was 13. I was 12 years old, sorry. Was I 13? I can't remember. I was a young teenager. I had to go with friends and family and school teachers. I went on my own with my boys, to this game. And when you're an adult, it's different. You can drink beer, you can party, you can sing, you can lead the chants. It's you can give some shit to the Man United fans in the street after the game. Yeah. Bilbao.
Fair enough. Adrian, what about you, man? Where does this rank in your trophies you've seen?
I mean, 1967 beating Chelsea 2-1 in the FA Cup final.
Fucking hell, 1960s this one.
That was good enough. That was good enough. No, then you would move up to, I mean, the 72 UEFA Cup final with Chivers away goals, blast the header and the volley, and then getting the draw at home and lifting that. And then like there's so many. Then you can't leave out the 81 Cup final, the 100th Cup final, and Ricky Vila's goal, and the replay. And then you got 84 when you're there, and they were singing one Danny Thomas when he misses the penalty. The difference between them and now, when you could put them in front, is that the FA Cup and the League Cup. The League Cup was only brought in 1970, and the difference is that even the FA Cup, we won at a good time last time when Mark was the 1991 with Mebs and that against Forest and that. But nowadays, the UEFA Cup, the Europa League, is a bigger competition than our two domestic cups because they've both lost their luster. They've both lost it. Even like when you get build-ups to FA Cups and all that, early rounds now, it just doesn't have the same romance wrapped around it as it used to. It's because all the money's come into the game. And I just think the Europa League is second to winning the Premier League, to me. Well, no, it's second to winning the Champions League because the Premier League's the hardest competition to win in the world. It's 38 games. And the Champions League's what, 13? 8, 4, 12, 13, is it? Might be more. Yeah.
So where does it rank, Adrian, in your...
Third in the list of trophies. Premier League, Champions League, Europa League.
No, but in your lifetime.
In my lifetime.
Like the moment of winning this trophy, where'd you rank it?
So we're excluding the First Division title then. So it's going to have to be... rank it. It's high because it means so much. And you see, a lot of these wins are great in their own way.
I'll put a gun to his head like I put a gun to my head. Just put a gun to his...
What you mean, rank it out of all the trophies we've won?
Yeah.
Well, then I would...
That you've seen, Adrian. I know you went to school with Moses and that.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, like I've got to pick from 15 trophies that we won, excluding Charity Shields. You're asking me to pick from 15 that I've experienced.
Well, maybe we'll come back to you then, Adrian. Yeah, have a little.
I can't do it. It's just too many to pick from.
Have a little.
He's spoiled. It's
pretty binary for you. Like binary. I can't answer this question. Really can't.
We're not spoiled for choice.
Okay, Eugene. What about you, man?
1967. That was a big one, but no,
I mean,
in your lifetime, mate.
Yeah, I'm joking. Oh no, I mean, obviously, I'm a new fan. I've been supporting the team for 15 years.
You're fucking great for your age, mate.
Yeah. No, 15 years. Yeah. I'm old. In 15 years, obviously, we won fuck all. So, I mean, this is the first trophy. So,
easy for you then, Eugene, is this one.
Yeah, exactly. So it's just that. But again, I've seen other teams that just as big of a fan of win 7 trophy, like championships, and I've never cried. And it's so just the emotion, like the 15 years of all that crap football and like disappointments. So yeah, this is the only time, but I got to spend it with my son, who was crying as well. And no more questions from him about why I chose Tottenham and why we lose every single time. He used to ask me every single time we lose, he was crying, like, why did you pick this team? So me and him got to share the moment. His number 17 as well. His football number for the team that he plays that I coach is 17, which is crazy. Everything is like 17. So just that moment, him being old enough to understand and to actually follow the club, it was amazing. So
one of the biggest differences I've noticed that everyone I've seen on podcasts, right, looks 10 years younger. I do.
I'm
All
old.
the stress has gone out of the
I'm
system.
old.
The darkness has lifted from around the stadium, and everyone's looking like totally refreshed. You know, normally we get to this stage and everyone's like, knackered, can't wait for the season to end. Now I'm so looking forward to going to Brighton tomorrow at home, like, because I want to see that game and parade the cup and all that.
And that's why I don't think sacking Ange is the right move.
It's not really.
I don't think it's the right move.
Eugene said and others have said about winning the first trophy, and Poch did well for us. He gave us.
By the way,
top class.
a question: the Super Cup, does that count against this season or next season?
Next.
Okay, so we're not winning a double this year. Okay, so it's next season. Okay,
guys, do you know things like Super Cups and Charity Shields and that?
Yeah.
That for me, the Super Cup is the European Charity Shield.
It is.
Does that get us to the Club World Cup?
Take it, Still, you take it, man.
Yeah, of course. I'd like. Yeah, I'd take it. Yeah, that's it.
It's great for banter. It'd be great for banter, wouldn't it? That's the reason you want it. You want it for the banter, right? So,
does the winner get into the Club World Cup or no?
No,
that's what I.
No, Champions League.
No.
Oh, just Champions
League. It doesn't do anything for me, man. Like, I'm not bothered by it. I mean, if we win it, great. If not,
just banter.
Champions with different continents, and it's not necessarily.
What, another parade for that?
Just banter Arsenal.
Why not, guys? Well, for me, I mean, I go back 91. I was 11 years old. I probably wasn't into football as much as I am now. You know, I'm obsessed with Spurs now. The older I get, the more obsessed I get. Now, 2008, that win against Chelsea was unexpected, right? We're playing against a top team. Yes, I know they didn't have Mourinho there. They had another manager. But to win that game in the circumstances in the extra time was mental. Absolutely mental. Nobody gave us a chance in that final. And, we had Ramos as manager. We had some good players. That was big, yeah. But this one on Wednesday night, I mean, it touched me. I got to be honest. I was a state. I was emotional. I don't know if it's to do with the 17 years we've had to wait. It's probably a bit of that. It's probably a bit about the season that we've had. It's been so rubbish. It was just emotions. I mean, it's so hard. I mean, I'll probably have to go for, if you have to put a gun to my head, I'd have to probably go for Wednesday, because I can't say how happy I was, man. I was just a mess, absolute mess. And I was emotional. I was, just brilliant stuff, man. I'm so happy.
It was more the relief, wasn't it, Dan? It was just
so. Yeah.
It's like a cloud had been lifted. Where we ain't won nothing for so goddamn long, it was like a cloud. The fog had cleared. You know, and the sunshine was shining through.
Oh, look, I thought we could win it. I did, because Man United are not great. I thought we had a good chance. There was a feeling in the air for me that we were going to win it, especially because I doubted us against Frankfurt. I doubted us against Bodo Glimt. And then we're there in the final, and I'm thinking, look, this could be our time. There was a feeling in the air. I mean, guys on the panel tonight, I think Stell said it, I think a couple of others as well, that we were going to win whatever happened. The players looked motivated. They looked together. We haven't seen it enough this season. And it was fantastic to see. And it was a non-Spurs performance, wasn't it? Yeah? I've never seen Spurs play like that in a final. Yeah, we haven't seen it. Yeah, okay, we had attacking players out. Maybe Ange had to play that way. He did have some other options on the bench, but he decided that he wanted to kind of outstrength Man United and sit in there. So, look, it was an amazing night, a fantastic one. I'll never, ever forget. So I'm going for that one just because of the emotion I felt after.
Put it this way, Dan, right? I was on Saviour, and I said, I don't care if this game is the stinkiest game ever, as long as we bloody win.
Yeah, of course.
Right? I said, as long as we bloody win. You know, and that's what it was. Because let's face it, the actual game was probably the crappiest final I've ever seen in my life. It was a
Wasn't
stink
that
fest.
second half so long? Didn't guys? Don't know about you, but it just
The whole
dragged
game was a stink
on.
fest.
Crazy.
Especially that second half. It just seemed to
Did
go on
you
forever.
cheer when they put up 7 minutes of extra time?
Certainly
couldn't
not.
What was it like?
I could
What
not
was it
watch last
yourself?
minute.
You were there. What was it like when you see the ball go up 7 minutes? How was the fingernails like?
It went quick. The game went quick in the stadium. It went really quick. I think it was because we were singing and jumping and chanting. I don't know, but now when 7 minutes came up at the back edge, you're thinking,
Fergie
"Here we
time.
go. Here we go."
But still,
I was just
it
thinking,
doesn't help when we
Maguire.
got 8 points of
Like
Australia.
netting. Did you think they had scored when they shot at the fight side netting?
Yeah, from
I
where
did.
I was, I thought it was in the net. From where we were,
Wasn't it?
I'll tell you what worried me. He made some subs. He made some subs, and in my head, I'm thinking, if this goes to extra time, we're in trouble.
Yep.
If this goes to extra time, we're in trouble here. He's made subs, so he tried to lock it down, and it paid off. But if they scored,
Garnacho did look a threat when he came on as well. Like,
Yeah.
what was Amrin thinking, not playing him? I don't know. That was a
It
mistake.
went quick for you, Stel, because you've been in the bar drinking Australia all bloody afternoon.
Yeah, basically.
Sure, I was in the pub
That's what
with
it is.
others. Nobody could watch. Like
They
in the
didn't
pub.
sell alcohol in the stadium. It's
how
not
was
allowed.
No,
How
they
was-
didn't.
Alcohol allowed in the stadium, no.
How was the fans' reaction? Because I loved it with the Romero Maguire clashes. I loved it, like, you know what I mean. So like, how
When
did
he
it go
leaned in and screamed the word slabhead to him in Spanish. El Slabio.
That was great. Romero was great, weren't he? That night, he wanted it, man. The whole team, really, to be honest, they were all together, man. Fantastic.
Other than the goal we scored and the final whistle, the biggest roar, boys, watching it in real life at full speed. That Van de Ven clearance was insane.
Oh, wow.
It was fucking insane, man.
Was
I don't know
legendary.
how he got there. I don't know how the weight of body he had to get up in the air that high and to connect with it. And it could have easily hit the crossbar and gone in, you know. It just went past the crossbar. So,
I mean,
the only
Mickey's
thing is
right shin.
Vicario looked nervous
Vicario
to me
save in the
all game.
96th minute. Vicario save from Luke Shaw's header.
Yeah.
Top.
But before that, Vicario was nervous the whole game, which made me nervous. He just
Not
wasn't.
Nige, sorry,
It's
were you
just
going to
like
say something,
long,
mate?
Eugene.
Nige?
That's why I reckon he kept kicking it long.
You're right.
Oh, I was going to say, even Mickey Van de Ven's clearance off the line, it was brilliant, but it wasn't perfect, was it? It's like I said, I've just done a little logo of it, like Mickey's right shin, because it didn't come off his boot, it come off his shin. It's like,
It did.
okay, what it comes off, he cleared it.
Definitely saved Vicario for flapping at that one. Right.
Are we not happy with the quality of that clearance? Or is that what are we doing?
It's going to go down in history, isn't it? It's not like the perfect clearance. It's like, you know, when you go down, you watch podcasts or whatever in the future, it will be Mickey's right shin that cleared that ball.
I'm getting a poster.
There's an image. There's an image.
There'll be a podcast called Mickey's Right Shin or something that'll come out sooner or later, you know.
Well, I've got it.
He'll make t-shirts. He'll make t-shirts.
What about this comment in the chat, guys? ZZ Groom, evening to you. Does Ange get some credit for cotton walling the main players?
That's what Adrian said earlier.
Son's still got that toe problem. I mean, what was it like when he came on? Because even through all the noise at the stadium where I'm watching,
It was crap. It was absolutely rubbish when he came on.
No. But the fans when he come on, that was their reaction. Sounded
Well,
pretty loud.
we were super excited because we needed something up top. We didn't have any possession in the second half. We just sat back. We had one good transition, but then Solanke's first touch let us down. If Solanke had a good first touch, we could have gone 2-0 up.
Then we brought on more aggression because I don't know if you know, but Danso, before he decided to become a footballer, and I like the look of this kid, right? He was a rugby player. And he looks a rugby player when you look at him on the pitch to me.
Let me tell you what he did. Boys, let me tell you what Danzo did, right? Let me tell you what Danzo did. So we were right at the front where they did all the interviews. We saw all the players warming up. We saw Bale, Hoddle getting interviewed. They're right, that close. Danzo was warming up in front of us. And I said to my mate, fuck my life. This boy's a unit. His calf muscles compared to the other players are double the size. He's just a brick of a human being. Like, this guy is powerful. Now, at the end of the game, when all the partying and celebrations were going on, the players came over to the fans. Mate, Danzo picked up Richarlison, picked up Benton on his shoulders, and fucking lifted them both up. I'm like, how have you just lifted these two up?
Bloody hell.
Mate, he's an animal. He's an absolute
Love his
machine.
Let me ask you guys a question.
Have you ever seen a man lift up two other humans on his shoulder?
No.
Have you ever seen it?
No, that's mental. Oh, you have to. Have you got a picture of it still? That's crazy.
No, because it wasn't by our bit. It was over by. It was behind the goal. We were on the corner where the corner flag is looking down the goal line.
We got a good squad player there. He's got pace and all that. I want to see if his passing's better next season. If he gets it, be pinning him.
Before Eugene comes in, there's a couple of super chats. I want to read them out. A user, big up to you. The emotions and celebrations with family when we won, simply sublime. Next season, don't want to choose a supermarket shop over watching my team play.
Yeah.
Thank you, man. Yeah. Emotions, man, crazy. I don't know how many people you spoke to after the game. I mean, what scenes, fantastic stuff, fantastic. And one more super chat as well from a user. Can't wait for Super Cup game. Imagine the cherry. Cheers, man. Thank you for the super chats.
I wanted to ask a question. It could be a stupid question, tell me, but was not having Kulusevski available, was that a blessing in disguise? Again, good player, but the way he's been playing, if he was on the right, he does not make the same run as Johnson. And at the 10, he doesn't do what Sarr is doing. So if he was healthy, I'm sure he would have started somewhere. And I'm just thinking maybe that wasn't the game for him, even though he would have helped us in possession, obviously. But what do you guys think?
Something we're never going to know, isn't it? It's something.
Yeah, but just given how the game went,
he wasn't informed, was he?
Again,
leading up to the game,
isn't it? Because Sarr was the reason we scored that first goal. Not only did he intercept the ball, but he put the cross in that Johnson scored from.
He's played some minutes, and he's got injured. But the person who's been amazing is Porro's played like 4,000 minutes. He don't get injured. That's the sort of player you want to keep in your team. And I've criticised him loads of times when he's screwed up because he doesn't come back.
You've got to love his passion, hasn't he? He's got quality, Porro. Defensively, but attacking wise, he's a fantastic player.
Yeah, Dansto's another one I like. Want to see more of him though. But yeah.
Let me get another question out to everyone. Yeah, let's get another question out. Let's have a look here. Let's have a look. Be honest. How many of you actually believed we'll win this after all those league losses?
Not me.
I had a tenner at 9-2 before we went to Frankfurt because I was right, so I won 55 quid. I always believed. I dreamt we won this trophy at the beginning of the season.
You had an actual dream
for me. It was. I felt like we were due, just the feeling I had, but just based on nothing, just a feeling that this could be our year. Because if you watch United, forget the Cups, I just didn't feel like they would score goals. They have nothing up front. So for me, I felt like if we played like we played against Frankfurt and Bodo, we did have like 3 clean sheets, I believe, in 4 games. If Ange sets us up, they're not going to score against us. The only issue is scoring goals without
get any chances.
Eugene, do you know who the top scorers are in the Europa?
Johnson? Oh, United?
Man United.
Yeah, but they played against the 10-man Bilbao. And the Lyon, they had some insane games. But I just felt like the way Romero and Van der Vanden playing, and even Porro, just the way we were solid, which was a strange feeling for me.
That was Man United's first loss in the competition.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
That was their first loss.
We were always going to win. It was the year of the birds. You had the Magpies for Newcastle.
You did say that, yeah.
Eagles, right?
Yeah,
you had the Bird from Liverpool. You had Spurs, the Cockerel. You had the Philadelphia Eagles in America. You had the Ravens and the Hawks won as well. I mean, you should have lumped on. I only had a 10.
It's meant to be, eh? It's meant to be. But what did you think of, guys, about Manchester United, their approach to the game, their manager? Because he was underplaying this cup, wasn't he? He says, it doesn't really matter, this cup. It's nothing special. I just thought he had complete wrong attitude going into the game. Man United's performance, I mean, guys, just give us
Bruno at the 6th. Bruno is their only creative option. I mean, he is an elite player on his day. and playing him deep the way he did, it just, I don't know, the setup was, to me, was confusing.
What all Man United did is just keep lumping it along.
Yeah, exactly.
Towards our players, and Romero and Van de Ven just.
The only threat was Maguire. Like, just lump it to Maguire, just
must have listened
cross
to
in the box, and that's it. They're out of ideas. They have nothing.
Some of Amarin's comments in games leading up to this, they weren't exactly positive about when Man United was suffering them losses. I'm thinking, like, you're not going to build team spirit the way you're talking about your players like that. Did you ever see any of his clips from his press conferences?
They just didn't want it as much. They wanted Champions League, not the trophy. And actually, Stel, the question for like, you know, on TV, it seems like there were 80% Spurs fans in Bilbao, and maybe I think that the same attitude that their fans had, maybe the team had. They wanted the Champions League and the money, but the trophy to them wasn't as important as it was to us. I don't know.
There was just as many Man United fans in Bilbao, but in the stadium.
Oh, stadium. Okay, yeah, I'm talking about
in
the stadium.
Spurs took over.
It was shocking to me.
I love the video clip I see. There was Man United fans virtually crying. These are adults complaining. Look! He's engraving Tottenham Hotspur on the. Did you see it on the? There was a clip. Did you see it?
That's what did it for me.
That was
when they started engraving Tottenham. That was when I got a lump in my throat. That was crazy.
When Ferdinand looked as sick as a pig, whereas our man Bale was smiling like Gareth Bale was smiling like, you know.
I think there was a bit of organisation amongst the fans, because what they did was this leaflet went out to all the Spurs fans in Bilbao. You know the guy on the guitar, Song Sheets, I think he's called. Spurs Song Sheets. And then THFC Flags, the people that hand out the flags in the stadium at White Hart Lane, they teamed up and they were doing a lot of the entertainment in the fan park. And they arranged a march to glory. So they said at 6 o'clock when the fan park shuts, we're all going to march as one. And they're at the front playing the music. And it kind of, like I said to you, was like, we're going into battle. So when we got in the stadium, we were all in our seats, although we were standing up the whole game. We were all in our seats, standing up, half an hour before kickoff, singing, building up the atmosphere. The United end, they were still drinking or turning up at the stadium, or they weren't on it. The fans weren't on it like us. We were really bang on it. I'm telling you. When I say to you guys, we were the 12th man. We really were. It reminded me of how our fans were during the Champions League campaign when Poch was manager. How every game our fans were just so geared up to all the games, hoping we could win and hoping we'd get to the final. That's what it was like in this game. And the United fans weren't like that. I don't know why. Maybe because we had more to lose. I know Man United say they had more to lose. I don't. I think Spurs had more to lose. I think if we lost this game, we were finished.
Yeah.
I think we're
for them it's more financial style. They just needed the money, and
so do we.
But for us,
so do we.
I think Eugene's bang on.
Well,
I think for Spurs fans, it is all about the trophy. For United fans, it is about the Champions League
and the money.
What's your take, guys? What's your take?
You know what? You're right. That makes sense. You're right.
What's your guys' take on comments by Arsene Wenger and all the other Spurs haters that winning the Europa League?
I think he's a cunt. He's an absolute cunt.
I mean, don't these so-called pricks, anti-Semites and anti-Spurs haters, there's so many of them in the media, they just hate it when we win anything. Don't they realise the reason there is a place in the Champions League is so that clubs that are in the competition take it seriously? Are they that fucking dumb? They can't even see that, right? You know what I mean? So, that's why I won't listen to Talk Shite Radio or Sly Sports. You know what I mean? I'm just not having it.
Yeah, but see, what people don't realise is, or they forget maybe, when Arsenal were in the Europa, they moaned and they complained that it's not fair that Champions League teams drop into the knockout stage. They complained that clubs shouldn't have two bites at the cherry. Oh, if we're not good enough for the Champions League, we can drop into the Europa. And the Arsenal fans moaned and moaned and moaned about it because every year they failed.
Let's talk about the losers.
Right, wait. So, let's go in. I like this. So Arsene Wenger, when he joined UEFA, changed the rules. From now on, whatever competition you're in, you You can't drop into another competition. But what we'll do is we'll create the Europa League, Conference League, to compensate. Okay. Now that we get to the final, Wenger's got a problem with the rule that he changed, and then Arsenal fans have got a problem with the competition that they wanted changed. Fuck off.
Mate, it's only the rival fans talking about this that, you know, you don't deserve it. It's only them.
But they wanted the changes. Right. You know, Wenger brought about these changes. Arsenal fans were moaning about these changes all along. So they fixed it off the back of their moaning, and Wenger did so to make it a fairer competition. You can't then complain if a team gets into the final, proper job. You can't then complain if a team gets into the final that you're not happy with, right? It doesn't work like that. What if Lazio were in the final? Would there be an issue? What if Bodo Glimt beat Spurs? Would that be an issue? Of course it wouldn't. It's because it's Spurs and Man United, and he's just being a typical bitter gooner, and the Arsenal fans jumped on it, and they all forget what they said, and they all forget that they're the ones that brought about the changes. For me, guys, you can only beat what's in front of you, and we beat what we had to do to win it.
Did you see the picture of Jim Ratcliffe? He looked.
Buddy. See you later.
See you later,
Eugene.
Did you see at the end of the game when Levy's near Jim Ratcliffe? Did you see it?
No.
He looks like he could drop dead. You know what I mean? Because it's the money. You see, it's the money. You know. And what about Man United, guys? Let's talk about them, right? Because we beat them 4 times. Really, we should should keep them, really, because we've beaten them 4 times.
Key to the city.
I've never seen it before. 4 times.
White as well. We went up there, didn't we? But spanked them. So, what about Man U? Where they go?
Was that game as well? Was that the away game?
Oh yeah. Well, I bet that was fantastic. But of course, we beat them. And we were the first team to beat them before they went on a bad run. So naturally, when we beat them, they're shit. When we beat Man United, well, it's because they're shit and we're not good, right? And when we lose at home, it's because we're shit as well. So we can't win, you know. We're always crap according to the media. Well, it's true. It's true.
Well, one thing I will say though, Adrian, is let's see what happens, because United have already agreed a deal with Cunha, have they? So I've heard.
I'm not sure
so
that'll go through now.
United sign.
We might nip in and get him now.
Why would you go to Man United? Honestly, why would you go to Man United as a footballer right now? I know they pay good wages and all that.
But they can't. They can't pay wages now. They're skin.
Yeah, you go to Man United. Well, first thing you got to do is buy an umbrella. It's always fucking raining there, right? So like, you got to buy an umbrella.
But he must have known that there's a chance they could lose the Europa League final before they went in for Cunha.
I didn't hear all this fuss about you, like Stowe alluded to as well, with good points he made there. When they won it, under Jose and all that, there weren't this whole like, you know, oh, it's crap competition when they
He's
won
their
it.
manager, Adrian.
Even when they won the League Cup, you know.
It's their manager. He played it down, didn't he? I don't understand it.
I don't think Amran's a bad manager. I just think he's inherited a load of shit. A bit like a few managers at our club have. You know, going 580.
Sometimes the club's bigger than the manager. And I think that's the case for Amran and United. I think United are too big for him, personally.
Do you think? Really?
I think Amran might be a good manager in 10 years, but right now I think United are just too much.
The thing that gets me as well, right? With owners who don't know fuck all about football, like Levy and the board at Man United and everything else like that, right? If you've got a football philosophy at your club that you stick to, say you play 4-3-3 or 4-2-3-1, it's very, very much the same. And you know, you don't look like that all through a game when you're watching a game of football. And you play it from your under 9s upwards, right? And you play an attack, whether it's a low block, mid block, you know, gung ho, whatever it is. Then all your players coming through your levels, they all know this is the way we play our football. You get in the first team that is. So when you bring a manager in, bring one in that plays that. Don't bring one that's going to change everything for 3-4-3 and then change everything. I find it so unprofessional with Spurs, looking at it, Man United and other teams that just do this. They just do this and think a new manager can click his fingers, change it around, develop the system in the pre-season. And most men are lucky to get a month in training grounds because you're away on tours earning fucking money all the time, right? And like, I just don't get it. Oddle did it at Chelsea. He did it through their levels up through at Chelsea. Try to get them all playing the same way. Bring a player in. We get too many injuries. I can bring him, he'll slot in, right? Now, everyone wants to play 3-4-3. It's not, I'm not, look, all systems work and fail. I prefer 3 in midfield. I'm always going to prefer a 4-3, whether it's a 4-2-3-1 or whatever. It's just my preference. I don't like wing-back footballs. I like the extra player in midfield. I was always taught when I played and I was crap. Most games are won and lost in midfield, which is true. It's true today, and this is where we failed this season. And midfield and forwards have been pants. But so why? And then people say, if you bring a manager, he's going to want to bring his own players. And well, hang about. That's not necessarily true anyway. What we see with our performances away from home, because we can defend deep, we can play a mid-block, which we've played most of the season anyway, mid-block.
So why have we lost so many games then, Adrian? Is that you're going to put it down to injuries, are you?
A lot of individual errors. And it's funny, isn't it? We win a cup. We say we've got this excellent back five, which when it turns up on his day is excellent, right? Or it could be an excellent back seven, actually, if you're giving Spence in and whatever. Don't sign that. But if they're really that good, why come we letting so many goals? And well, actually, I mean, fine margins in games as well. I mean, there's only a few games where we were lost by more than one goal. All right, Liverpool spanked us at home 6-3. We lost 2-0 away to Fulham, was it? And other games, we took the heavy scores in the cup. But we haven't really, for all our poor form, no one's really spanked us. You could say Liverpool are entitled to.
Losing by 1 goal, though, Adrian, is still a loss.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? It doesn't matter if it's 1 goal or 20 goals.
I know.
It's still a loss.
It's the tactics, man. And just tactics have not been good enough.
No,
if you look at the lot of goals we conceded, I was actually counting them out because it just clicked on me. I have these nutty thoughts, right? I was looking at the amount of goals, and I stopped in the end when I got about 15, right? That we conceded in the right-hand side, right, of our goal mouth, whichever way we were kicking, which is the Romero Porro side, right? Because I'm thinking, like, what's going on here? And the amount of goals when we give players too much space in the penalty area, even Ipswich, West Ham, when they turned and shot inside the box, there's others, but it weren't because we just conceded so many silly goals.
But Adrian, you're at the games, right? You go to every game. You must have seen that high line and saw all the space, the inverted.
I saw the high line against the Liverpool game and when we got spanked. I haven't seen a high line on much of the games. I've had loads of people say to me, look, if you want to bash Shane and Levy, that's fine. But, like, don't suffer from deception when you're at the football ground, right? Let your eyes tell you the truth. And I'm always an eye test man because there's too many variables with stats. But, I mean, to me, you doggy going forward, he doesn't invert hardly at all anyway. I mean, like, he has done. Porro does.
So, Adrian, what is it then?
When have we been parked on the halfway line, even under Poch? Other teams have played a higher line this system, and their fans don't complain about it. I mean, Liverpool, Arsenal, Man City, they push you back and squeeze you, right? Force you, hoof it long, and then they recycle and go again, don't they? I'm not a coach.
Adrian, just tell us, what is it then?
Errors, mate. Errors.
Anybody else? I don't know.
Too many individual errors. If there was 1 or 2 people in that squad to hate on, everyone would. Our fan base certainly would. Too many errors. Look, Porro's been. I loved the player last season. I think he got one of the best 5 or 10 left fullbacks on the planet, right? And he had a good game Wednesday. He started to look like his old self, right? But he's been piss poor. He didn't have a proper pre-season. He came in, right? So, like, he was out of it, right? Porro, I mean, I like him more than I dislike him. Before I've warmed him, but at the same time, defensively he's questionable at time, and he's better at that. But no, you can't escape the fact that you at times you really do screw up. But he gives you that extra bit going forward. Them crosses, if you can put crosses into the box, them angles into the box, then who else does it? Decky if he's wide left, but not so much if he's central. It's 10. So. Then Romero and VDV, well, the games they've played, I haven't looked at the stats. I bet we've won more games when they've been in the team than when they haven't. Right? I bet we have, because I know how good they are. And I love VDV, but to me, Romero's the best defender we've got by a light year. But I get the fans with VDV. He's sexy because he's got pace. he's still questionable positionally, and for his height, he should be better in the air. And whereas Romero go up, he'll score from corners.
But Adrian, I'm sorry, I have to push you on this.
Go on, carry on.
I have to push you on this. How much blame is on Ange, in your opinion, this season? 21 losses.
Well, he's the manager. He takes the rep.
Okay,
He's the manager,
so you accept that, yeah?
But, you know, there's also times when you're talking about player responsibility as well, right?
Yeah.
I mean, and then you have to look at, there's 6 coaches, first team coaches, which Ange tells him what to do, right? So really, in theory, you don't want to get on the Ange out a bit. If you did,
yeah, we're going back into it.
Yeah. I mean, I know, but like, then what are they doing with these players? I've seen things, I'm sure tell us at times where, like, because we've defended corners better, I've seen, you can sort of sniff when they've tried to work something with a free kick. You think, oh, they've done that on the training ground. But it's just defensively, them lots of injury errors. And then like, you've got to look at in what phase of play are you going to blame a player when you concede a goal. And Spurs fans always blame the player they don't like, right? So, I don't know. I mean, I'm not a coach, though. What's your take on all these goals and silly errors?
I think that I'm not convinced our players have been coached properly when it comes to the defensive part of the game. I think we're very much coach, play out from the back, find a way through, even when another team presses. And if you haven't got players that are technically good enough or quick enough to make the right decisions and deliver and execute the decision quickly, we get caught out. I think we focus a lot more on attacking than what we do defending. But having said that, we defended in the Europa League to win the cup. So I just think we lack balance as a team. We're not a balanced football team. We're either gung-ho or ultra-defensive, backs to the wall. We don't control a game of football. And I think that comes down to the fact we've had a very unbalanced midfield. Like when we finished 5th, I'm pretty sure the midfield was Sarr, Bissouma, Maddison. Yeah. Right? It was. There's been a lot of chopping and changing in this team this year, and we haven't been, what's the word, consistent because of it. Yeah. Partly down to injury, partly down to players underperforming, partly down to Ange just being too gung ho at times. So we just need to be more balanced. I personally think this team, we're at our best when we play more defensive and counter-attacking.
Yeah.
And the prime example was, I know we lost to Aston Villa away, but the B team held Villa to a 0-0 draw at half time. And we broke down Villa 3 or 4 times in that first half, but we were just poor in front of goal. Either the final ball was poor or the shot wasn't good enough. We could have been up a couple of goals at Villa.
And against West Ham away, we stank it out. We'll go to Brentford, we win 2-0. We go away to Frankfurt, and we only really decided to defend then if people were deceiving themselves others. Once we got the goal, we decided to hang on to it and then not before, right? And then we go away to Bodo and do it. And the common denominator in all those 4 games is we had a midfield pivot. We had two there. We had 2 sitting there. They probably got license to get forward when they can, free kicks, things like that. But we had a midfield pivot in those games, and I just think it suits us. And the Italians do.
I agree.
Adrian, I think Ange came to the Premier League with a different formula. I'm going to invert the fullbacks into the 10. I'm going to play with a very high line with only 2 holding at the back. I'm going to play without a 6, and I'm just going to suffocate the penalty box. And you saw against Newcastle last year when we lost to that ridiculous 1 counter-attack all over the top. But for most of the game, we suffocated Newcastle. They were pinned back. They couldn't get out. But because we didn't have the quality to score, we got done over. And I just think the issue we've got in the league is the league measures consistency, right? A knockout competition doesn't measure consistency. A league table is you being consistent. And Ange must adapt. Either sign amazing players that can play Man City type football, pinpoint precision passing at high speed that no one can get the ball off of you, elite level footballers, or you've got to be balanced. Some games you can be a bit gung-ho. Other games you've got to be pragmatic. Some games you've got to be counter-attacking. It's his ability to adapt the team during a match which I think cost us this season.
I think
That's my concern with Ange staying.
Yeah.
And that's why I say I'm happy for him to start next season, but I've got to see. Do you know what I can't watch? I tell you what I can't watch.
Still, are you actually happy for him to start? Be honest.
I think he deserves it, Dan.
No, but take the emotional side away.
Yeah.
Would you prefer to have
Spurs fans? We're talking about take the emotional side away.
Yeah, I'm just saying. But if you actually deep it, still, if you had to make a decision, you were the chairman. Would you be taking Glasner instead of Ange?
I would take Glasner, yes, 100%.
So that's what I mean. So
but Ange has got the buy-in from the players. He's got a togetherness within the club. He's got the coaching staff with him. He's got momentum with the fans. That's a very hard thing to build that, and he's got it.
Only just now, because if you look at what was happening, James Maddison was shaking his head on the touchline. Players were looking frustrated. Has he got them? Has he just got them for this competition because we're that close?
You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. But every manager, at some point, there's a moment that triggers it. Fergie never had it, and then it triggered. Arteta, they've wanted him out for 3 years. Now look, I just think he's managed to switch a light bulb on with the group, and I think it makes
the
sense.
fans were singing his name at the parade, and I think the players joined in at the parade. They were singing one Ange Postecoglou as well.
I never heard that.
Behind him in this cup competition.
Adrian, I just wanted to say one thing just to wrap up what I was saying. What I can't sit back and watch anymore from Spurs, right? What I fucking refuse to accept, and I will very quickly go full on Ange out if I see it happening time after time after time. We can't be wide open like a whorehouse. Yeah. Right? We can't. That game against Palace, wave after wave after wave of attack cutting us open. I've seen that for too long. If we're like that next season, he'll be gone anyway. They'll sack him.
And Palace played 3-4-3 and they outnumbered us in midfield. This is why with the midfield pivot,
down the wings all the time because he pushed everyone high. There's no six to cover. The centre back comes over and the gap in the middle. It happens every week.
I think in the Premier League, I don't like number 6 either. It's too specific in some people's minds. But if only one defensive midfielder in the Premier League, I think in a lot of games it's not enough. It's not enough, and you need that 2 midfield pivot because if Porro wants to go for an invert, that's fine. But then your right-sided midfielder can come across, right, and the other one can come across with him. And if it means that your back 4, if Doggy isn't upfield, the back 3 then can shift across slightly. You don't want to leave gaps between your central defenders. But I like the midfield pivot. I mean, I liked it under Poch, and I thought it worked well.
Yeah, it has.
All right. Yes, hey, you're right.
Well, I mean, are you a fan? I mean, and the Italians do it. They have a block of 4, don't they? If you're 2 centre backs and the midfield defenders in front of them. I've seen that, and I don't watch a lot of Italian football, but I pick up on things when I watch minutes.
You just can't be wide open for me. That's the only thing. When I see us wide open, and it's so easy to attack us. That does my head in more than anything else with Ange Ball. Nothing winds me up more than seeing us completely exposed and we're just waiting for the inevitable to just get bent over and royally done over. It's too easy. It's too easy.
Think we move the ball too slowly at times. We get in positions where we could put a cross in the box, but we pass it back because everyone wants it to be so precise. And
that's Ange, isn't it? That's Ange, Adrian. That's all Ange's instructions.
That is Ange.
Players are selfish as well. I think they like their stats to look good. Oh, my stats are okay. Nothing wrong with me, right? I think
players want to win games, Adrian. I think
they do. Yeah,
they want to win games more than their stats.
Guys, can we answer this question because I like this question here? Did we have a better season than Arsenal?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Where's their parade?
At the end of the day,
where's their hat? Where's their hat? Who's wearing a hat?
At the end of the day, we both got Champions League football.
Well,
we got a trophy.
Yeah. The joke going around like on TalkSport, someone's supposed to run up the chatting and saying like, well, how far do you think Arsenal away from actually winning the European trophy? The guy went 4 miles.
Yeah, I saw that. he goes, how far off are Arsenal from winning European trophy? He went 4 miles.
Let's bring Haz in. Haz, how are you doing, man?
Yeah, you're right.
Are you happy? How did you feel after winning that trophy?
Another one I didn't see at the parade, by the way.
You predicted another one of your losses, Has, to keep your consistency up. You always predict the loss when we play.
Well, we've got 21 of those this season, so I'm not being consistent. Sorry, Mark. Honestly, I had no signal where I was in the parade, so I couldn't. Mate, bare people trying to contact me, but I couldn't even load because Eugene sent me a link for StreamYard. I couldn't even load the StreamYard link. I recorded as many videos as I could. Luckily, I got near the front, of where the bus came past. So I actually have a really good video. I don't know if you've seen it on Instagram, but it's really amazing. So I got really near and I was shouting at Mickey or whatever and Madison or whatever. But yeah, I've been on cloud 9 since Wednesday. I'm going to enjoy it while it lasts because next season, who knows what's going to happen with Tottenham. I enjoy the summer for now. Yeah.
Are you going tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm going. I just think tomorrow's going to be like another just party, basically.
Night, yeah.
And they're just going to sing songs about the Europa League.
I'm basically going to be sleeping all the time.
Even if we lose, they're just
it's going to be the second string playing tomorrow because most of them ain't playing.
Are
Son and Moreira are definitely not playing.
Why?
Because Son's foot
They're hungover.
Both injured.
No.
They're hungover.
And Basuma got a knock, right? Well, give Alusasi a game or give Ajayi a game and definitely play Mikey Moore. Come on, this is a rubber. Throw it away. We don't give a shit if we finish 3 places up the league with 3 points just as it brings another few quid for Levy. Let's give the kids a run out. And then you're looking for cameo.
Nice to win, though, isn't it? Be nice to win the last game.
Or see good cameo performances from young players.
We can't lose 22 games, guys. This is a joke.
No.
22.
But then there's another side to this, right? If we were to finish 17th,
We've already lost 21. What's the difference?
I know.
And Brighton do need the
It's a mentality, though, isn't it? It's a mentality. If we lose a league game, then we're back to square one again. It's like we won the cup and then we've lost the league.
I think the players are already on the beach, to be honest. That's what I saw. Anyway.
Are they going to pass the drugs test and the alcohol test?
Yeah.
Johnson definitely won't.
Porro was behaving like he was doing all sorts of drugs. Every time he grabbed the mic, he was just like,
Not Romero. He was gone.
He was definitely on ketamine or something.
Calm down, mate. All right. He got off his nut. Did you see Porro at the parade? He looked completely head's gone.
Brighton could do
the first person with Richarlison. Richarlison like this the whole parade. Literally the whole parade like this. Well, that's all I can see. Yeah.
Brighton
Basuma was stoned at the back, just relaxed with his ski goggles, like stoned off his face.
He had his shirt off, didn't he?
Was always got a shot.
Do Brighton want to win tomorrow? Because if they get the 3 points, they can get 8.
They need to win. Brighton needs to
win, don't they?
Some conference. I mean, if I was in Brighton's position, I don't want conference.
Does it actually get them conference 8th?
Yeah,
Is that what's happening?
They get 8. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Six Champions Leagues this season because us and Man United fell way down the bottom. Europa League, though, ain't about. You got definitely Palace.
So what are we going to play tomorrow? Are we going to go back to Ansball or are we going to go defensive?
Newcastle won, didn't they? So we might go to 9.
It'll be a mess, probably. I think it'll be a mixed team. I think it'll be a mixed team, to be honest.
Yeah, he's going to play kids in. He's going to have to. Tell will start. Odebert will start. I'm sure if Werner's fit, he'll get a run out. There's no doubt.
Oh, God. Yeah.
Look, we've got to say goodbye to Mark. Mark's off. Adrian, sorry, mate. Mark's off. Mark.
Big up, Sheriff.
I can't see it. My voice is ruined, man. It might come back by next weekend.
Get some rest, man.
I'm tired. I only had about 3 hours sleep last night. And I went straight out there from doing nights as well. So I've had about 3 hours sleep in about 3 days. I'm ruined. This is what Tottenham do to you.
Take care, buddy.
They absolutely ruined.
Just dream of Mia.
Yeah.
Mia. Is she in the chat?
Mate.
But boys, I'm going to wish you good night as well.
I'm done. I'm ruined.
on Dan's early, and I've done a couple of hours here, so I'm going to go and I need to chill before I sleep as well.
Yeah,
Cheers,
honestly,
Del. Thanks for
I
coming
should
on, mate.
be. I
Cheers,
reckon
Mark.
if I get up before midday,
Don't
mate,
take
I'll
it
be American.
Much love to both of you.
Take care, guys.
See you later, boys.
See you
Up
later.
the
on, you
Spurs,
Spurs.
man.
Come
Up
on, you
the
Spurs.
Come on.
Come on, you
Come
fucking
on.
Spurs.
Come on, the fucking Spurs.
Come on.
Oh, another thing of interest to us is while we're playing tomorrow, our kids are in the playoffs, aren't they? Orient, Donny and Keeley will be playing tomorrow.
Yes.
So you're more
the
interested
League
in
One. It's League One, isn't it? Yeah.
I'm going to the game at the stadium, so I mean, like,
that. Guys,
I
Scott,
renewed my season ticket. I said if we win the Europa League, get Champions League, I renewed it, so I renewed it.
fair play, man. Fair play.
Fair
Look,
dues,
there's
fair
a
dues.
chat. There's a comment in the chat. Scott M. When we saw the draw, it was always possible. A League One could have won this cup with our path.
Love you, Scott.
Scott, man, you're a killer.
Love you, Scott.
You are a killer. League One.
I mean, do you guys think like I do? This new Europa League format with no Champions Leagues dropping down means that I think English clubs like Palace and that got a good chance of winning it. I mean,
Yeah.
I wouldn't
It's
quality
never
is
been
gone
watered down.
The quality's gone down so much because the Champions League teams don't drop in.
The thing
Yeah,
is, though,
that
when
helped-
we were
that
in the
helped
knockout
us.
stages,
Yeah.
people were saying, "Oh, we won't get past Frankfurt. Oh, we won't get past Ajax, or we won't get past Lazio." It was like, well, hang on, we can only beat what's in front of us. If Bodo Glimt have knocked Lazio out, that's not our problem.
And everyone was
We'll
saying
just
we're
take
going to
Bodo
meet Lazio, and Lazio would knock us out.
Yeah, we won't
It-
beat Bilbao in the final. We got no chance because we're playing
Yeah,
on their ground. Well,
but
we can
guys,
only
it
play
was a
what we got.
straightforward run. Come on, let's be real here. It wasn't the hardest run, was it ever? And we all doubted our team because we've been so shit in the league. So we're gonna think we can't get there and we can't win it because we've been so bad. Ange decides to change up tactics in Europa and we get it over the line. It's funny that, isn't it?
What I don't like though is I know he heard his interview. He said something like, "I can't play this way in the Premier League" or something. Didn't he? Or something like that? Someone told me.
Yeah, it's nuts.
It don't make
But
sense.
I don't. This is why I don't want Ange to be here. I don't care that we won. I do care obviously we won it right in the Champions League, but for me, it doesn't change my opinion on Ange one bit.
Do you think that's go on? Do you think that's something to do differently when you're in the early rounds of the Europa League? We've also got the early round of the League Cup, and we've got league games, which are important. And if you had the squad that you could think, okay, right, I can change 5 players for these first couple of European games. There's 8. We're going to get through the 8 anyway. So or you're confident you get through the 8. So, I mean, you've got to juggle it, haven't you? You've got to juggle the squad with the Premier League, the Europa League, the League Cup early on, until you get around beginning of January when you're in the FA Cup. And we didn't have the squad to do that anyway.
But the thing is, though, you say that Ange repeatedly said that he wanted these players. So, you can't say we didn't have the squad because he said it himself that he endorsed these players. So, when the early stage of these
none of
cups,
those players that started were Paratici signings. 9 of them that started.
Yeah, but we're talking about Ange. We're not talking about Paratici. Paratici's coming back. I don't know what's going to happen with that. But for me, this is what I don't like. So, for example, I'd happily take us away to Arsenal next season. We play like we did in Bilbao and shithouse a 1-0. We play these big teams away from home. Play this defensive football. I don't care. As long as we win the games. But you can play your Ange ball when you play at home to, I don't know, the bottom 7 teams in the league, for example, right? Because you will dominate the ball. You do have better quality than those teams. So you can get the results. This is why Ange, I just don't understand him because he did it in Europe, but then he said he can't do it. He said himself, he can't do it in the league. Yes, you can. This is nonsense. And I think what worries me again about Ange, that he endorsed all the signings this season. And the same people that said, these signings are amazing, then went back and said that he wasn't backed by Levy. Then Ange says he was backed by Levy. So what is it? We will know next summer. We're not going to get all the players.
It's weird, isn't it?
Fine, right? We've won one game playing very defensively. We've put in a few good defensive.
Not one game. Frankfurt away, defensive football.
Bodo, Man United.
Bodo. So it's not just
two
one
in
game.
the league. We did it against Brentford and West Ham.
5-6 games.
And that's 5. Yeah, but go back to Conte ball and the Mourinho ball, and I said, look, I'll support the managers while they're at a club. I said, done with these. I know it's going to end. It's going to end badly with these. And because it's great when Son and Kane were
You're
on
missing
fire.
the
And
point.
one season they scored the most goals they got. But when you're at that stadium and you're losing it, and that Conte ball, Mourinho ball, it is such a painful watch. Such a painful watch.
Ange
Adrian,
ball
that's
been the
not what I'm
same.
saying.
It's not.
Some
It's
games,
no.
some
It's
games
not
you
what I'm
play
paying.
Conte ball. Some games
not
you
what
play
I'm paying
Conte ball and
70
Mourinho.
quid
Some
to
games
go
you
and
play
see,
Ange
hey.
ball or attacking football.
See,
I'm not saying every game you go
Right.
Conte ball.
Just-
Do you
right.
not get what I'm
There's a
trying to say? Some
Yes,
games
I
you
do.
play
There's a
this
different
shit house
perception.
football. Some games you play
there's-
this attacking football. You don't have to be fixed on one style of football. It's not that difficult to work out, please. It's
Look.
not that difficult to work out.
Guys, how did we win this final? With hardly any shots on goal. Look,
There are no shots on goal.
Because we scored one more goal than they did.
yeah,
We had no
look,
shots. How can we
we take it. We take it.
That's the
But it
only
was a
fair for
fine
me, is
night.
it? If
think
United had scored, if they had scored, that would have been it, because we didn't look like
They
scoring
didn't.
that
They
second half.
didn't.
But they didn't, so it's fine.
When I saw that
What, Adrian,
lineup,
what
I
I'm trying to say
thought,
is,
shit.
I'm not saying I want to go back to Conte ball or Mourinho ball, whatever the football people want to label it, right? I'm saying in some games, like away in Europe against big sides, like away to the Chelseas, the cities that we won 4-0 playing that way, Arsenal, Newcastle, I don't know, seems like this. I want us to play this type of football. When we play at home or even sometimes away against someone like, I don't know, Leeds who come up, or I want us to play Ange ball. It's called adapting or changing your style or changing the formation or whatever you want to call it.
Has, I get you, man. I get you straight.
It's what frustrates me the most, because he could have done it half the games, like Brighton away when we were 2-0 up. Just shut up shop.
And why did Ange? He's openly admitted that he gave up on the league after January. Is that acceptable as a Spurs manager? I don't think it is. How can you give
Did he
up
actually
on the
say
league?
that?
Yeah, he did. He did. After the
He admitted
January,
it,
is that right? Yeah, he did. That
I
is
believe
not
he focused
acceptable.
on Europa, which is natural. That would be natural then, and we couldn't get relegated. I was disappointed with the last 10, 12 games, because I thought we've gone past the tipping point, be able to salvage this league. And what I want to see is growth and progress in the last 10 or 12 games. And I didn't see it. I saw it in the what's name. He was under pressure. We won 3 games on a spin when it was Brentford away, and we won home. I forget, there was 3. And then then the wheels completely fell off after that. And I wanted to see growth and progress. And I thought, now we've got a chance to play more youth players, give them more minutes. That didn't happen either. But, and he said he did rep players in Cotton Wall once we got through a couple of rounds. He admitted to that. I didn't.
When we get that close, Adrian, so close to the final.
Yeah, he did then. I think he knows it. Well, you'd know. Any of us know. We were managing the team then. Well, nothing I do now in the league's going to decide.
But Adrian, if you think about that and that comment, you're a season ticket holder, and you hear he said that he's just kind of surrendered the Premier League. How much money you pay for a ticket has as well. That's not on, is it? Because we're Tottenham Hotspur.
I want us to win every game. No, I want us to win every game. I've always been.
But he's said that he's given up on it. He's just not cared about it.
I didn't hear him say them words. I'm not doubting what you said, but I didn't hear him say that. But
now you know, Adrian. How do you feel?
He wrapped players in Cotton Wool, right? And we know that Sonny now still isn't fit, and we know that Romero, that toe problem he had months ago, he said Romero's still got a problem with his toes, not playing tomorrow. So he might have had a hairline fracture on his toe or ligament. No, it's ligament, wasn't it, on his toe? I think it was his big toe and whatever. So he's played on, Bassoon was took a knock, but I hope he's gone at the end of the season.
But don't you think, Adrian, that these injuries, I'm not saying all of them, by the way, I'm not blaming all the injuries on Ange this whole season, because that's unfair, because obviously things happen in training and whatever. But a lot of these injuries, especially with the fullbacks, could have been prevented when he, for example, put Spence in the Europa League squad when he didn't. Rotated Spence earlier in the season with the fullbacks, for example, rotated some players earlier in the season, especially when people were clamoring for Grays and Bergvals a lot earlier in the season, and then they got their breakthrough.
Well, we're going to have a choice to make next year, because with the homegrown issue, you've got Dragusin to bring back in the squad when he's fit. You've got Kingski, because he wasn't in the Europa League squad. He was left out because we brought in Danso and a couple of others. And there's another player that got left out. Dragusin, Kingski, and who else has been injured? I can't remember hand. Right. So we're top heavy with that. We see what we've got now. I mean, we've got a lot of money. We've got at least 130 million without any sales. And Romero said today, I don't know if you see the post. This was
But
after.
Adrian, Levy didn't say that. He said that we have to sell to buy.
No,
he didn't say I've got 130 million.
No, because you didn't know, because you had that financial expert on TalkSport talking about it. Wasn't Maguire? Wasn't
I heard
Maguire,
that.
one of the others, right? Borsall or whatever his name is, last name is Borsall or something like that. He was only giving the rundown. Yeah, that'll be 90 million for the winners of the who go in the Champions League. Plus, if you win the Europa League, you'll end up with earning 40 million going through to the final of that, right? And that's just only the early rounds of the Champions League, I think. So that's 130 mil. You've got 8.5 mil to come from Højbjerg because they didn't want to break PSR. So 148 mil, probably get another 8 mil for Gil, you know. And then you're talking about getting rid of Basuma and Richarlison. You'll get good money for those two. I'm telling you.
Literally everything has changed since Wednesday night.
Yeah. I think
Everything's
we'll have a
changed.
war
For the
chest.
positive.
I think we'll have a war chest.
Yeah.
And I don't know if there was any money in the war chest to start with, but without anything we might already have, I think we sell Richie, we sell Basuma, Gil and Højbjerg get paid for. We'll have over 200 mil to spend.
What, guys? Let's get back
to Romero
to
does go, then even more.
Sorry, go.
I think
sorry,
staying there, you know. I think he said
right.
his words were, "I love this club."
Look, guys, let's get back to
he didn't love it a week ago, but it's fine.
Guys, let's get back to the.
That can happen if it's the right woman.
I've got a question for you guys. Who was the true hero of the tournament, player-wise? Well, you could even say manager if you want.
I think
For me, it was Ben
Romero got it.
Let's start one at a time. Has you want to start with this
for
one?
me, with Ben's core, I think he's not really been given his credit for the performance he's been given, especially considering he's the most defensive player we have in that midfield. And he basically carried our midfield for like a lot of the time, defensively at least, and most of the defensive duties. I felt like he was everywhere. But obviously Romero is the vice captain, so I think he gets more credit just because he's the vice captain and the stuff he says. But I think Ben Score quietly has been our best player, especially the past month. So yeah,
he's your hero. Yeah. It's good. Good shout. Adrian. Yeah.
Good shout. I'm going to go for Mr. Flappy. I'm going to go for Vicario. He's pulled off some fantastic saves in this tournament. Yes. I mean, like.
Okay, talk us through him, Adrian. What do you remember?
Well, the late save in the final, down low to his left. Right, that was one.
Yep.
He made even when we played, he's made some good ones at the near post and far post and all that during this competition. I can't actually remember him now. I remember saying I was coming out. He's kept us in this game earlier on. I mean, Frankfurt were a threat, even though we should have pounded them at the lane, 1-1. Bodo Glint. Yeah, they
didn't have a lot to do, did he?
No, not game? No.
But so Vicario for you is your hero of the tournament, yeah?
Yeah. I think all the games I recall, we played Elfsberg and AZ Alkmaar, didn't we? And yeah, we were dominant most of those games when we were at home, but I still see him pulling off a couple of good saves. But other than that, Bentancur's a good shout because the other players, again, it's a mixture of injured and fit players. And I think Bentancur's really come back to his best, although especially Brentford away, you know, West Ham away, them European games. And after a couple of good games, he then dropped off a little bit, but then he's come back again. I think you're going to see an even better Bentancur next season.
Good stuff. Just before I go to Nigel in the chat, I would say VDV, it's me.
Fair enough.
That goal saving, you know, that's off the shin. Nigel, what are you doing?
I'm pointing to the Mickey's right shin.
What you do? When's that podcast going live, mate? Is that a YouTube podcast?
I got no idea. It's just something I just thought of, and I'm patenting it straight away, so no one else can take it. And
Mickey shins it.
I don't know. Yeah, maybe sometime during the summer it might go.
Fair enough,
man. Live.
Sounds good. This sounds good.
What do you think morale's like in Manchester at the moment, guys?
Pretty low, I'd say. But for me, player of the tournament for Spurs, I think Porro. I think in the important moments, in the big moments, he stepped up. his ball to Maddison against Bodo in the semi-final in the first leg to put us a couple of goals up.
Yeah.
And then his goal in the second leg to wrap
That
it
was a
up.
shot. Not even any other way. That wasn't a cross. That was a shot, right?
Do you reckon?
No.
The great cross.
It went in. That's all that matters. Yeah. For me, Porrick, he gets so much stick, and his defensively he's awful at times, but again, a lot of that is down to the tactics. But actually, for what he's done in this tournament, for me, Porro is player of the tournament for Spurs.
So I think Swanky got 5 goals in this competition as well.
He did. Okay.
Yeah, and his goal against Frankfurt as well in the first leg.
Yeah. Look, I mean, if you look at this competition, we haven't played great really until the latter rounds, and then when we played in the latter rounds, it was all defensive performance, wasn't it? Really. So, standout players, I guess I'd have to look near the final, and it would have to go to a defender, wouldn't it? It'd have to, because we haven't looked great, have we, in an attacking sense? So we kind of just ground the results out.
I don't know. I can't remember there and all the haze and the excitement of us winning something. But I think they gave the player of the tournament to Romero. I think he got it. But
they gave it to him. Yeah, they did. Yeah.
Man of the match or player of the tournament?
Player of the tournament.
Player of the tournament. Yeah.
I mean, Romero was good in those defensive performances. Any of the back line, I would say. VDV, Romero. Yeah, I could. Maybe Romero for me. He turned up, didn't he? So fair enough. I think Romero.
No, I'm thinking about league games now because he won in the squad, first squad anyway.
Let's see if there's any more in the chat. Any names? Anyone who said who their favourite player was? I can't see any.
Spence came into the squad in January. He didn't play in the first part, and he had some decent performances, I thought, which was good grounding for him if the opposition's not as good as what you expect in the Premier League. But
yeah,
that's part of our problem, isn't it? Though.
Yeah.
For next season.
Right, let's get another question. Let's keep them going. Yeah, let's keep these questions coming. Right. Let's have a look and see which one I got next. We'll like this one.
Well, their women will be feeling fine because they just beat Barcelona in the European Cup final, didn't they? 1-0, I think. I think they won tonight. So
that makes it even better, though, doesn't it? That the women have won, but the men can't.
Oh, there'll be some banter on that now. There'll definitely be some banter on that. Yeah. The women.
But apart from that, all week I've just been telling them, going to win a European Cup. That's all I've been saying. So every single Arsenal fan. That's literally what I've been saying every week.
They've been doing the streams, haven't they? They said they weren't fussed about the Europa League, but they're doing streams about Spurs now and saying, I saw a stream today where they said, has it put pressure on Arteta because Spurs have won this Europa League?
I think it has.
Yeah.
I think it has because for me, I think if Arteta doesn't win anything next season, he's gone.
Well, it's like us as well. I mean, if they'd have had a first-class number 9, they might have got that league this year.
Yeah.
Gyökeres is going Arsenal. That's what I heard. So
if they go for Gyökeres or Kuna, if Man United don't get him now,
I said at the beginning of the season for Arsenal, Arsenal had to sign a striker. If they didn't sign a striker, they weren't going to do it. I know. I thought it was going to be City again.
For him for him, I think. I don't know when he ended up with.
Isn't that what makes the banter even better, though? It's the fact that we all know as Spurs fans that Arsenal are so close to being a great side. But the fact that they're a striker short and they keep failing, and we are, let's be honest, pretty crap, and we've won a trophy. Doesn't that make it even better?
Yeah,
it makes it even sweeter.
It does.
Alan was Saka out for them because that was a big effect for them.
Was it
free? They can't rely on one player. No,
you can't. But I mean, like we're critical of their squad because they didn't have a number 9.
They got Nwaneri. They didn't play him there enough. I don't think. I actually think there's a good player in that player anyway. But,
So how are Arsenal fans feeling?
Unfortunately, Arsenal fans in the same position we were under Poch. I hate to put it this way, but
they're keeping their heads down.
We were so close. We needed 2 or 3 players to get over the line, and we didn't do it. And then
they're keeping their heads down. it'll be interesting to see Spurs Kings when Ash is on there doing his panel show with the Arsenal fans, the Man United, the Newcastle, Chelsea, and whatever.
Yeah.
I think I might tune in for that one. Yeah.
I don't blame you, Adrian.
Maybe a few Tottenham
Be a
away,
good watch.
you know.
Yeah. I think look,
We'll
Arsenal,
show you ours if you show us yours. You know what I mean?
Arsenal have had a disappointing season, haven't they? Really, they have. They flopped in all the cups. Okay, they got a bit of excitement in that Champions League because they beat Real Madrid, but when it come to the crunch, they fell short.
Yeah, but even we beat Real Madrid. Let's be fair.
Yeah.
In the group that we went to qualify from, because Real Madrid and Dortmund were going to be the ones that qualified, and we finished top of the group.
Yeah, they beat them in a knockout, though. That was a bit different. I think that was a good result. But they got carried away, didn't they? That's the problem. They got too carried away. They thought that their name was on the trophy, and then they got beaten by a good PSG side, and they are a good side.
Yeah.
Enrique's got them playing so well.
Well, I don't care who wins the final, but I'm not betting on it, but my money would be on PSG.
I want Inter to win it though.
It's going to be interesting to see who we get in the Super Cup final, isn't it? You know, because obviously we're already there.
I can't believe we're in that conversation. 17th in the league,
I
and
love
we're in
it.
the Super Cup.
I
Man.
love it.
It's mental.
We're gonna have new signings by then. You know, who knows what's going to happen with the manager, but you know, we could win 2 cups within a couple of months.
What about this comment Ange said about the third season, comparing it to a DVD or whatever TV series?
The first season, the best season of the series, or something.
That is a bold message. That is. Third season's even better. Look, I've done this now, and it's a subliminal message as well. I mean, it's a message to us fans.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't matter if he didn't win and he stayed the season, because we don't know what's going to happen with him. And he still walks away as a Europa League Cup winner. So I can't wrong, but I've won your first European trophy in 40 odd years. So he can't. I don't think he's in a no lose situation. But the bold need to make sure. I don't know how you do this, because he's got to. I mean, if you go to work and you got a job, you don't go and ask your governor if your job's safe. You just go to work on Monday morning and carry on. If you find you've been
he has admitted that, isn't it? He's admitted that he's not been told anything until he knows different. He's just going to come into work.
But I think the club, this is where we get this lack of transparency. This needs to be done now, like say after the bank holiday, after Brighton going back, say Tuesday. But
he's going on holiday.
You're either sacking him, or you're letting him have next season. I don't.
What's your hunch, Adrian? What's your hunch? Or anybody on the panel?
I think he's staying. I hate to say it. I think he's staying another year. No. Shall I tell you why? This is my theory. Because he has 2 years left? Is it 2 years left in his contract?
Yeah.
And or 3 with an extension. So what Levy could do for 1 year, have him for another year, because our fan base is completely split. I'd say, and then get popped after the World Cup if it doesn't work out.
My other theory is a bit deeper than yours. You've got to look at it from Levy's point of view, who can never do anything right by this club and a great businessman, right? If you bring a new manager in and the manager just has a poor average season, whatever, then it'll be, why didn't you fucking let Ange carry on? If he lets Ange carry on, he's got nothing to lose. Then people will see why. Well, you won a trophy, we give him a season. I think Levy getting rid of him is worse way. Now, I have to caveat that with it. If at the end of June, when his band's up, Paratici comes in, Paratici might want to bring his own man in. He's going to come in as director of football. I mean, I think they get on well. So this is complex. Everything's complicated with Spurs. Let's be fair about it. So then it'd be a question of Levy talk and say, look, give it a year, mate. Tell your man, give it a year. But then in next year, if we win the 2 domestic cups, because we're not wearing the European Championship, we're not winning the league. We're too far away from it, right? So we have to go for the domestic cups next season and try to get top 5 for Champions League again, because I think we'll get the coefficient again with our teams in Europe. So that's what we need to go for. Go for both the domestic trophies and get the top 5, and then build on that the following season. It's unknowns at the moment, isn't it? But I mean, I will be going to this season with confidence, because I reckon we'll have a £200 million war chest, and I think.
Are you confident about Ange, though, Adrian?
Be nice.
What's your confidence about Ange? Why is he suddenly going to change?
I think we've seen a different side to Ange tactically, and he may have realised to himself that unless I've got fit players in the right positions for me, I can't play the way I would really like to play, right? And he's shown adaptation in them away games that we mentioned recently, playing a midfield pivot, which I think he should stick to. And like I said, I mean, last season, he's not clueless. I know Mark wants him out, thinks he's the worst manager. That's fair enough. That's his opinion, right? But, you know, you start the last season, you lose arguably the best striker in the world in Harry Kane. You go 10 games undefeated, which is still a record, 8 wins and 2 draws. VDV gets injured, right, does his hamstring. Then Maddison does his ankle, he goes. And then Bentancur gets done by Matty Cash. Romero gets a suspension. Basuma gets 3 suspensions. The players go away in international duty, right? Then they come back, right? And we finished the season 5th. And I think with 1 more win or 2, we would have actually finished 3rd, not 4th. And he's been in the game 26 years. Let's give the man a bit of respect. You're not a mug. I mean, we've all watched football for years. We've all got valid opinions. You know, we know a bit about the game. We haven't got coaching badges, but we know a bit about the game. So if we know a bit and we're not directly involved at ground zero, where Ange has been for all them years and won trophies, albeit in different leagues, he's not clueless. Whether you think he's good enough for the Premier League is another thing, but he's not clueless. I think that's a bad slight, to be honest with you. And I would like to see him be given a season now. I would.
I asked Del this question.
Yeah,
Adrian, I asked Del this question, and I'll ask you as well. If you could change and there was a better manager available, would you make that decision and take them?
No, not after winning this trophy. No,
really?
Yeah. No, I just don't think. I think Levy's hands are tied on this. Like as is alluded to, I don't think he can actually afford to, because if it goes wrong with the next manager, and Levy don't need no more bad press, right?
Any club with ambition, looking at the season we've had, 21 defeats, 21 defeats, 17th in the league is unacceptable.
I agree with Adrian here, not because I want to keep Ange, by the way. This is just I'm basing it on the way our fan base reacts to things. Like, I've literally seen so many people do like a 180 in like 24 hours after that final and suddenly say, well, we have to give him another year. He's delivered the first European trophy. Anyway, even though the way it happened was like a bit weird. But like, for me, I think the worry with keeping Ange for another season is more the transfer window for me, because if we go out and sign players that specialize for his system, say there's inversions, so we go out and sign 2 inverted fullbacks, just by example, and we sign like a certain type of winger like Johnson again. I don't know. I'm just talking theoretically speaking, yeah? And bear in mind Ange's previous yes to every player on top of that. We start the season really badly. We lose like 5 of our first 10. And he sacks him and he brings in a new manager. The new manager will have these players that can't fit the system he wants to play, especially Paratici is then wants to play a different way.
Yeah.
And then we're going to have an even bigger problem. So it brings in a new manager who has players he can't really work with to fit his system, because they're not like just players that can fit every system, if that makes sense. So, for example, if we went out in the summer and bought a centre-half, a right winger, a striker, and a CDM, like a proper CDM, those are like players where you can fit them in any system sort of thing. But if we would go out and sign inverted fullbacks, some type of winger like Johnson again, like a specific kind of striker like Solanke again, who apparently was bought for his pressing, for example, then we'd be in trouble if the next manager comes in after 10 games where we lost like 5 of the first 10, and he has to work with the players that do not fit every system. So, and this is the problem with Tottenham, is the way we do our transfer business. We're not going to buy players which fit.
If we sign quality players, any manager should come in and be able to get the best out of them. We sign quality.
But to cement that, before you came on, as I was saying about the philosophy at the club should be ingrained in the club, right? You're under 9s upwards legally. For legal reasons, you can't have kids too young, right? Or for obvious reasons. But all the way up for all the academies, the team should play the same way. That should be the first. Back in the day, it was called the Spurs way of football. And Spurs influenced the Dutch side that won all before them in the 70s, because we were pioneers of total football. We were pioneers.
I wouldn't like the academy playing Ange ball. I'm sorry.
Well, I'm just saying, if you're playing all the same way, whether it's 4-2-3-1, whether it's 3 at the back, which I don't like, I actually prefer the extra midfielder, prefer 3 in midfield minimum, right? So then you're all playing that. Then when you go and get a manager in, change the manager, you bring one in that plays that sort of football. He doesn't have to be a world-class manager. This is what we're saying. About bringing a manager in to fit Spurs DNA. Well, a lot of young fans won't even know what Spurs DNA is. I know what it is from back in the day, the Spurs way, right? It was to play basically, simply, fast, attractive, attacking football, basically, right? Not suicide football, but just attractive, attacking football. But if you do that and your club is like that, even managers that want to apply for a job at your club, they'll know that is what is expected of them. I mean, to me, it's so simple, but I agree with the fact you should be able to bring any player that quality. They should be versatile and be able to play them in different systems if you need to change.
Well,
because Ange is so specialised. Sorry, because Ange is so specialised with the inversions.
Can't help it, can we?
Sorry,
it's okay.
So
it's all right.
It's been eating my mind all week. Sorry. So because it's so specialised with the inversion, right? If you buy fullbacks that fit Ange's system and you bring in a new manager, these fullbacks might not be able to play like the normal way. If that makes sense.
Well, look, Moro proved in the final. We said he's a wing back. He can't play in a back four. Well, he can play in a back four because he's played well in a back four.
But
probably because he hasn't got to do so much running he does when he does invert and get full galloping up the field. But I thought.
But this is what I mean, Adrian. This is why we're not for Ange, because he said he can't play this way in the Premier League. Whilst you could play that back four in the Premier League and a goalkeeper and whether midfielders, Bassoon, Bentacle, for example, and play really low against, for example, centre half against Brighton. Just do that and see out the 2-0 or 2-1, whatever. But he doesn't do that. So there's no point in saying, well, Porro can do that, but he insisted he doesn't want to play that way. So
this is why this is why I prefer the midfield pivot, because you've got them two defensive midfielders, and don't like numbers 6, 8s, and 10s because it's just BS to me. But then your right-sided midfielder can cover for someone Porro inverts, whereas your doggy doesn't, in my opinion. But others will disagree with me, which is fair enough. But
look, we've been dipping in and out of the Ange chat all night, haven't we? Let's go back.
Sorry, it was in my head all week. Sorry.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
It's so difficult, isn't it? After that parade.
Do you think? Well, let's ask you a question. Are you two running the show?
Yeah, go for it, Adrian.
Great show. Do you think it would be very difficult under the circumstances now we find for Levy to actually get rid of Ange?
Okay, well, so that parade yesterday, they were singing the manager's name. Yeah, a lot of fans kind of fell for what he said about the third season's going to be better. A lot of fans lapped it up. Not me. I've seen what's happened this season, and it's not been good enough. Yes, we've won the Europa League, which is fantastic, of course. Fair play, and I'm happy for Ange. He's taken a lot of stick this season. From me, he's taken a lot of criticism, and I was happy we won it. For me, for him, for everyone. But when I look at it, I just don't know.
It probably took a lot of abuse.
Yeah, of course. And I was happy for Ange to get that success. Nobody wants to see somebody lose, Nobody. We're people at the end of the day, and whatever we feel about a manager, it's not personal. It's just that you can't be happy as a Spurs fan losing.
On league form, he should go. On league form, he should go. But this is typical Tottenham. Only Tottenham could finish 7th in the league and win the second highest European trophy, right? Yeah. So it's crazy. And you can. There's an equal argument for both, isn't there? Without him sitting on the bench.
Even our decision, it's Levy's decision, the board's decision. They will do what they want. It's out of our hands, isn't it? This is how I see it. I have major concerns if Ange is still in charge, but again, it's out of our hands. This recruitment in the summer, this summer transfer window, I want to see what this club's made of, because they know we're in the Champions League, we're in all the competitions again. Looking at this season, Ange can't handle it. Yeah, now we're in even a tougher competition in the Champions League. What's he going to do? Because it's clear that he can't defend and attack. Yeah, he can't. He needs to find that balance. And
another thing which would get the fans on board, if you went out straight away and go, right, you go and get Eze to start off with. Go and get him in. Make him your first signing. We need a striker as well. Go and get Eze.
I agree, and I agree with Dan as well. It's going back to the question. It's so difficult because I've been calling for Ange for most of the season, and I've been quite firm on that. But Ange has given me feelings that I haven't had in a long time. He has helped to win a trophy that I didn't think I'd see Spurs win again. And regardless, yes, the trophy's been watered down because the teams from the Champions League haven't come into it. I totally agree with all of that. But the league form doesn't lie. 21 league defeats. We have been perjured in the Premier League. And yes, Ange's helped us win a Europa League, and that's amazing. But I'd still like to see someone fresh come in the summer, someone to take us forward, someone to help this young
push
team
push us on.
grow.
Yeah,
push us
make
on.
progression, because we haven't made any progression in the
if
side.
they do that, we've got to do this quickly. I mean, the transfer window opens on June the 1st, goes to September the 1st, right? We're only a few days away from it. I mean, was it the 25th? Soon it'll be the 25th. So about in a week's time, the window opens. Now, I'm not one of those that believe when Ange may sign off on the signings and say yes or no to agree with them, but there is a recruitment team. No club leaves it to the manager to bring in players. It just doesn't happen. We've got a body of at least 6 or 7 that deal with that. You've got Rob McConzie's chief coach. You've got Max Leggett. We got him from Bayern Munich. He's a first team coach, first team scout. So McKinsey's the chief scout. You've got the guy we got him from Man United, and another guy who's like strategy. I forget their names now at the moment, but there's about 6 or 7. You see a player, we'll go to base our agency for players because our players and their manager are linked with them, right? And then you'll get all the data on players. If you say you want left backs, right backs, they'll have all the data, right? You'll look for them, and then you go and watch videos of them on YouTube, get as many of them. Brazil Scout, I go to that, but you'll get to lots of these other places where you can look at the player. Okay, he's looked good because it's a video. Now we send the scouts out to watch the player and then make a decision whether you think which of these 3 left backs, which one do we want in order. I mean, Paratici was rumored to have about a list of 5 players for each team. I mean, I don't know if that's true or that's just pure rhetoric or not, but he's very knowledgeable with European football, and that's why I'd like him back, because he knows the Italian and French and Spanish leagues really well. That's good. Whereas if Langer's going to stay as someone who's going to bring in young players in, he knows the Scandinavian league and things like that. Whereas, look how well Sweden have been doing recently with their players, and even Denmark, they brought through some good players. So, but yeah, the recruitment it's not down. It's not down to one person. That'd be suicide to let one person. What if you've got 5 people at the club then disagree with the player? I don't think he's that good, and you're the one who gets him in as manager. No, I mean, they discuss these things, have meetings, and then obviously Paratici will have a say with the 2 scouts and Ange. That's 4. That's 4 minimum involved in transfers, right? And then it's a question of finances. So you've got if Levy's given it down to Vinay, then Venkatesham, who we've got over Arsenal, he will be involved as well. That's 5 people involved.
Isn't that the frustrating thing, though, Adrian? There's 5 people involved in transfers. Shouldn't there only be 1 or 2? Right, this is what we want. Let's get them in. The more there are, the more disagreement there's going to be.
Well, Vinny Venkatesham, he'll be the one who said, "Look, this is the money we've got unless we're selling." So then, if Paratici is there as director of football, technical advisor, what are they going to give him a new title or whatever? If he comes in, because it's still a rumor and conjecture. If he comes in, then he's the one director of football who should know a lot about the players, right? And if other players have been suggested to me don't know about, then you go to your agency and you send your chief scout and your first team scout out to look at these players and scout them. Or there'll be bodies out there that'll go and scout for you and bring back the data on it as well. So, and then video information and stuff like that. So, the financial side's a bit different, but Paratici, he knows players though, and so will our scouts. So,
guys, let's get another question. Out there. Let me bring it up. Let's go. To be honest, guys, how many of you did you think would bottle this?
In the final,
100%.
In the final, yeah.
Every minute. Mate, I was
Yeah,
eating
of course.
like
This is what.
stress eating the whole game, basically. That's all.
Yeah.
Especially when that ball went
The
in
one
for
thing
that
I
header.
was.
I always thought we were going to win it. Always
Yeah,
thought we were going to. That's
fair
why I had a
play.
tenner
Fair play.
on 55 quid.
To,
So I thought,
to be fair, I stand by the fact that I literally won us the final because in 2008, when Woodgate scored, I
They had
couldn't
a-
watch the last 5 or 6 minutes. I had to go out for a walk,
neither could Robbie Keane.
and I
with
went
five
for
fingernails.
yeah, I went for a walk, come back, and my wife at the time said we won. I'm like, brilliant. The last couple of finals since I've watched and
Nige, you
we've
didn't
lost.
see the goal from Woodgate.
I saw the goal, but I couldn't watch afterwards.
Watch the
So I
last
didn't watch the last
yeah.
because we scored an extra time, didn't we? So I couldn't watch the last 5 or 6 minutes.
Wow.
In this final, I had to keep changing the channel because I was like, they're going to score in a minute. Every time they got a corner, I'd turn the channel over. I'd be like, no, I can't watch this. So I single-handedly think I won us the final because I wasn't watching. Because the last couple of finals I've watched and we've
Cheers,
lost.
Nige. Cheers, mate.
That's all right. No
We
problem.
really
Anytime,
appreciate that,
anytime.
man. We've won it because of Nige. That's
Yeah,
brilliant.
I think so.
It was
You
the
got
year
one
of the
of
bird.
these.
You probably won it.
The fucking year of the bird. Oh
Ange
my
was
days.
always destined to be manager of this football club. I mean, we had this might take 5 or 10 minutes, but let me pour a drink out first before I
Yeah,
start.
go for it, Adrian.
Right,
Go
and
for it.
I'll give you a bit of history.
Right.
Go on.
It's Saturday
History
night. We're not going anywhere.
Yeah.
Exactly that. Right.
We got
Pour
the
drink out.
Baileys. We've got the Baileys. Let's just
I'm
enjoy
gonna,
it.
this story actually takes you back to when Spurs managers and coaches were pioneers of total football the Dutch played in the 70s. So we go back to 1900. And
1900.
yeah, back to 1900. I'm not going to do the 1900 Cup thing. I'll do that another time,
See
right?
you Sunday morning, guys.
Yes, there'll be quantum leaps forward during this story, right?
Oh god.
Back to the 1900s. Peter McWilliam was a player who played for Inverness Thistle in Scotland. He was there for a couple of seasons. And the coaches there taught the players to keep the ball on the deck, right? Now, that was unheard of in those days because after 2 or 3 months in a season, right, pitches cut up like mad. There were muddy quagmires. You'll see how some of the pitches Oddle played on. You go and look at them, right?
Yeah.
And these were the days when no nets, there was no crossbars. So there was always an argument if a shot went a bit high and they weren't sure it's between the post or not. There was an argument whether a goal. No VAR.
No VAR there.
So anyway, McWilliam did that well. He got a transfer to Newcastle United. So he spent 9 seasons there. He won 3 First Division titles and an FA Cup, right? And he took his philosophy of football that got Inverness Thistle there. In 1913, he's manager of Spurs. Season doesn't start that well, right? But he doesn't have a good season. And the outbreak of the 14-18 Great War, football's suspended. When football starts, you all know the story about Arsenal and Spurs. Arsenal leapfrogging Spurs, who finished bottom of, and Chelsea being let off because the Man United-Liverpool game was being rigged, so they stayed up and Spurs went down. So Spurs find themselves in the second division, 1919-20 season, where they pissed the league, playing his brand of attacking style of football, which would become known as the Spurs way, keeping the ball on the deck. Then in 1920-21, Spurs get to the FA Cup final, and they beat Wolves with an early second goal by Jimmy Dimmick in the second half. The following season, they finished runners-up in the first division to Man United. Middlesbrough come calling. McWilliam leaves for the colossal sum of £1,500 a year. But in 1938, he's back at Spurs for his second stint. The team he picks Vic Buckingham, who's going to go and be an absolute legend, which no one's heard about, right? And Arthur Rowe in that side as well, who would go on and manage Spurs in the second division, win the 49-50 season, second division title, and the following season win the first division title. So we get to 1940. Why is there Arthur Rowe and all that? Like, Hungary come calling. This is the precursor of the magical Magyars who swept everything before them in Europe. They want to be taught the Spurs way of football. So Arthur Rowe goes out to Hungary. Spurs coaches go out there to teach them. And they come back and the Hungarians repaid a favour after the war by spanking England 6-3 at Wembley, and in the return match in Budapest, they beat us 7-1. Right,
7-1.
A player who would get mentioned later played from a young player you might have heard of called Ferenc Puskas. You know, he scored.
Yep.
What was it? 618.
Isn't it Ange, mate? Isn't it?
Yeah,
Puskas.
Yeah,
618 goals in 619 games, 84 goals in 85 internationals, and this is why you've got the Puskas Award for the best goal scored in Europe. Like Lamela won it with the Rabona, remember?
Yeah, yeah.
So anyway,
Anyone else?
Vic Buckingham, who comes through, he finds himself manager of Pegasus in 1950, and Pegasus were the joint Oxford and Cambridge University teams. He takes them to the amateur FA Cup final, and they beat Bishop Auckland 2-1 in front of a crowd of 100,000. That success gets him a manager of Bradford Park Avenue. He's there a few seasons, does well. West Brom come calling. That's why we've got links with West Brom. He manages West Brom. In 1954, they win the FA Cup and narrowly miss out on the double. So then after that, while Arthur Rose had his success, in 1960, Vic Buckingham, with his brand of football, which he's learnt off of Peter McWilliam, the Spurs way of playing, where is he managing? You can make it up. He's manager of Ajax Amsterdam, right? He wins the Eredivisie with Ajax Amsterdam in 1960 when Bill Mickelsen's winning the double, right? He leaves for personal reasons, then goes back. And in 1964, he gives a debut to a player you may have heard of called Johan Cruyff. And the second stint doesn't go as well as the first. He doesn't win the title. But a later legend to be manager of Holland and Barcelona, Rinus Michel, takes over after him. Where's Vic Buckingham in 1970? He's manager of FC Barcelona. Right? He wins the Copa del Joramislo with Barcelona. Then, things don't work out, and he leaves. And he has other jobs, but that's it. But who takes over from Barcelona? Rinus Michel, legendary Dutch manager of Barcelona. So, meanwhile, them Hungarians that have been sweeping all before him, Puskas, he ends up playing for Real Madrid. Now, in 1955, that's when the European Cup started, and they won it for the first 5 seasons. And Puskas wins it, right, with Real Madrid. It was known as the Galloping Major in Hungary, right? But he actually takes up Spanish nationality, and he actually plays a few games for Spain, believe it or not. When his career ends, his coaches in Europe, ends up in Australia, wins a couple of things with a couple of teams. And then he ends up at a team called South Melbourne Hellas, right? Whereas footballing philosophy leaves a lasting impression on one Angelos Postecoglou. My story ends.
Wow. So what's the
He was always
point?
destined to be our manager. I'm saying it's in the stars. Like it's the year of the birds, right? Magpie, eagle, cockerel.
Look, he's won us that trophy, and all fans are made up, aren't they? And we'll always be thankful. But that doesn't mean we think he's the man.
We keep the fucker.
Yeah. What's that?
Doesn't mean we keep the fucker.
And he's won us, the biggest trophy that exists out there, football trophy. And apparently you can see it from the fucking moon that UFO Cup. You know,
it's a lovely trophy, isn't it? It's a lovely
It's
trophy.
heavy as well.
Have we got replicas in the Spurs shop yet? Because I bet there's going to be some, right?
Or they've started selling new jackets with Europa League.
Yeah, the sweatshirts. Look, I've got so much Spurs gear. I've got.
Oh man, yeah. Look, it's a win-win, isn't it? It's a win-win for Ange and the fans that night. Brilliant stuff. It's great to see, isn't it? Everybody happy. Rich, what about this comment here from Rich? Big up to you. Why do people not think another manager couldn't have come in January, won the Europa, and finished us higher in the league? Good question.
I think personally that could have happened because we saw that, to reference the last trophy we won. One day Ramos came in what was it? I can't remember what time it was. In 08.
He came in when? Was it Europa League stage? Was it? Not Europa. What was it?
Not because obviously he took us to the Carling Cup win, right? Didn't he?
Yeah, he
In
took
08?
over from Joel. Were we still in
Joel.
Europa then? No,
Yeah, we're still in Europa League. We got to the quarterfinals, I think, that season.
Yeah.
Eventually with him, but he came in. We won a trophy with him, and we still finished higher than 17th. So the whole notion that a Monovision can't come in and win a trophy.
Well, another omen might be the fact that in '84 Birkinshaw left after winning. Ramos went shortly after winning in 2008. So maybe Ange will go. Maybe he will go. I mean, we don't know.
This is why
but
we're worried.
back then, to answer the question, I was saying, I wasn't alone in saying this. I said, with all the protests that were going on at the stadium and that, I said, there's no way that Ange is going to get sacked, because then all the pressure then is on Levy.
Adrian, we've got a special guest.
Levy is cunning. I said he'll do it. If he's going to sack Ange, he'll do it in a closed season where there's no chance of any protest and stuff like that. So
Adrian, we've got a special guest on the show. Ange just turned up.
Mm-hmm.
He's turned up. Any questions for him? You know, Ange, mate, listen, I am so sorry, man. I've been criticising you all season, and you bloody gone on us, won us that trophy, mate. How are you feeling about winning your first Europa League trophy, Ange?
Well, you know, I always said I won in my second season, and I've done that. So I've done exactly what I said I'd do. I never said anything that wasn't true. You know, I do literally always win in my second season, so I've done that. And we'll see what the summer brings. You know, I'm always better in my third season. So, you know, if you guys enjoyed the end to the second season, the third season is going to be even better. So just stick with me, and everything's going to be great.
Well, it is what it is, mate. You know,
it's who we are, mate. It's
Danny
who we are.
also said it's lucky to see a shark in your swimming pool, otherwise it'll bite your leg off. Right.
Have you got any burning question for Ange? Far away.
Will we lose less than 21 games next season?
Well, you know what, we will probably lose more, but we might win a trophy. So, you know, it doesn't matter if we lose 25 games in the league, as long as we win the League Cup. That's what I'm going for next season, to League Cup. So, you know, league doesn't matter. I'm not focusing on the league next season.
Adrian, any key questions for Ange, man? I can't believe it. He's turned up tonight, man. Fair play to the guy. Amazing.
What's your favourite sport, Blue?
Without a doubt, mate, it'd be cricket. I love a bit of cricket. You know, Australia, they always win the Ashes. So, you know, I like a bit of cricket. Yeah, I like a bit of Australian rules football as well. But soccer's a bit of is okay, I guess. But you know, it's a bit easy to win trophies, isn't it? I win trophies everywhere I go. So you know.
So Ange, what's your favourite TV series? You know, like you're going on about the box sets and yesterday, and you know the third season is better. What's your favourite TV series of all time?
You know what? I've always loved Love Island, and season 3 in Love Island was fantastic. You know, I don't know if you guys have seen it.
Stop it! I can't cope anymore. Any more questions for Ange?
What trophies you going for next year, Ange?
Well, I don't want Eze. Absolutely not. You know, he doesn't track back enough for me. So I'm going to go for Conor Gallagher. That's going to be my main target. And if I can't get him, then I will probably just take whoever I can get. Probably maybe Archie Gray's brother. I think would be a good sign-in for the club. But it will be Conor Gallagher. He is the main man.
Brother.
And other than that, it will be Archie Gray's brother.
Rich has got a question in the chat, Ange, man. Rich, big up to you, man. He's got a question. Do you really think season 3 of TWD is better than season 2?
Walking Dead, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. Absolutely. No doubt about it.
Nudge, man, you smashed it. Oh my god. Oh, let's see if there's any more questions in there in the chat for you. Lord, what did you? It said don't like barbecues.
Do you like his comment? Not just like it was in the
He's homegrown though.
He's homegrown.
His brother.
He's homegrown, isn't he?
Yeah, he is.
He was at QPR, wasn't he? So he's been at.
What's going on?
Oh, Dodge, man, you killer.
What I missed.
You killed us, man. Brilliant stuff. Right, let's get.
It's got a lot to be desired.
No, that was good. It was good. I loved it. I loved the
They're kicking in full swing now. Only like 3 or 4 days to the window opening on June the 1st.
Let's get another question out. Who was your standout player of the night against Man United? Who was it? Who was the guy?
Hands down.
It was so
brilliant.
Well, Romero, I thought Richarlison had a good game. Want him gone, but he had a good game. But got to admit it, been a big critic of Basuma. Don't want him either, but he had a good game. You could say Vicario for the save. You could say VDV for the clearance. I thought Doggy was immense. Even Burrow sat back and that. Even Johnson put a shift in. He worked hard as well. They wanted it. There was a mentality stillness in this team, and that these young players, you've won a trophy. You're so young, right? The belief and confidence this will give the squad now going into the next season is unreal without the additions. You've seen it before when teams win a first trophy. If they don't win a second one or straight away, they're going to go close. And I really fancy this. I fancy this for both domestic cups because I don't know what we're doing in the transfer window.
So, Adrian, what's the time period? Is it acceptable now for Spurs to win their next trophy?
Next season.
We're talking a year, 2 years, 3 years. When's it acceptable?
No, next season.
Yeah.
In any season you go in, even barring this one, it's only because they knocked the games off. There's not 2 semi-final matches. 6 games, you win the League Cup. Because we don't. We might have to go in an earlier round because we're finished 17th. I'm not sure how that works. Anyone know this? We might.
I think because we're in Champions League, I think that gives us an.
Right. Okay. And then I think it's 7 games to win the FA Cup. Look, Palace have won it. Right. Man United beat Man City. Teams that weren't fancied. You can win these cups. These cups are winnable.
Palace won the FA Cup. Newcastle won the Carling Cup, Carabao Cup.
Yeah.
So it's been obviously teams outside of Man City or Liverpool, whatever, can win leagues. I hate this notion that only 2 or 3 teams can win everything, and we should just give up on everything else because the other 2 teams will probably win. But
I think they're the easiest trophies for me to win because we're not. When you look at the Premier League and the Champions League, we're going to make money, but. Look, we aren't winning it, right? We're a long way off. We're a long way off the Premier League, but it needs something pretty astonishing to happen. Everything would have to gel in the transfer window to add to what we've got. But
let's face it,
domestic cup.
Let's face it, we've always been well off it in the Premier League, apart from a couple of seasons under Poch. In my lifetime, and I'm 50 plus, and we've never won a Premier League. We've never won a Division 1, not in my lifetime. So we've always been a cup team. So let's go and win another bloody cup. We've just won the Europa League. Let's go and win an FA Cup. Let's go and win a League Cup. I don't care what cup it is. Let's just win another cup. If we can win 2 cups in 2 years, that would be amazing.
Oh, I've never seen it.
Don't get me wrong. I don't want to finish 15th.
First, we could win the Super Cup. That could be brilliant for Ben.
That would be good as well.
Yeah,
but I think for me, next season, I want us to see us finish at least in European spots plus the trophy. I don't expect us to win the Champions League. I don't expect us to win the league either. Like I said, top 6. But if we can win the domestic cup, I'd even take the League Cup again. I know people say no in the chat, but if we win top 6 and then win the League Cup or the FA Cup, then that's a good season.
And I can
because
see.
the problem is we're coming from 17th. We're coming from 17th, so I can't just say, "Oh, Champions League football again," because we kind of just got Champions League just because we won the Europa League, not because we were so good that we finished in top 5. Like, let's be realistic. So that's what I would take. As for the other night, for me, Richarlison was my man of the match because I just thought Ahmad was their biggest threat. Ahmad was their biggest threat, and Richarlison just shut him down completely.
Yeah, he had worked his socks off, did he, Richarlison? I think, good shout, Has. Good shout.
And now we got a large chunk of money with a few sales on top, up to 200 mil, I reckon. It's even if we go and get 2 or 3 big signings, which I'd like us to do, Eze being one, you can still keep Toe on loan, get him on another loan. You don't have to buy him. Get him on a loan with arbitration. You know, because then that's not such a bad signing.
Yeah, but it will stop Mikey Moore's development, though, won't he? Adrian, do you think Mikey Moore should go on loan next season?
No,
Mikey Moore.
No, he can't go on loan until he's 18 anyway. So he's not.
How's he going to get minutes if Tell's there?
Yeah, no.
Where's he going to play if Tell's there?
Well, you look at we got 4 home and 4 away games in a Champions League. We don't know we're drawn, right? They'll be drawn. So you'll have a mix of easier teams. He'll get minutes. Look, he's had 19 appearances this season. Not a fantastic amount of minutes, because sometimes he come on like with 5 to go or whatever it is. He did well against AZ Alkmaar on the left. Yeah. I mean, I want to see Donnelly on tour with Lancashire and Vaskovic as well. I want to have a look at Vaskovic pre-season in 4 games as well. We'll see.
Do you think Ange has improved any of these young players?
Well, you've got to look at the positives that come out of it. If it weren't for the injuries, Bergvall and Gray wouldn't have got the minutes they've got this season. Neither of them would. Bergvall looks the more sexier player, looks a bit more in better form towards the end of the season. People will forget what Gray did earlier in the season. They're both quality footballers.
Bergvall's a bit more of a man, though, isn't he? He looks a bit more ready to go.
They're both 6 foot.
He still looks a bit like a boy.
They're both 6'2". You know, parents must have put.
I think Gray needs to hit the gym, to be honest, but that's fine.
I mean, and people see with Gray, Bergvall's the more sexier player, and Gray's he's a good footballer. I mean, he is a very good footballer. So,
but what's his position, Adrian? What is his actual position?
When he bossed the midfield against Chelsea in the cup.
No, but for Spurs, where's his position, man?
Well, it looks like he's going to be a DM, because if he can play centre back and do okay, although Dillac bullied him a bit against Ipswich, and he can play on both the full backs if needed. Well, that's 3 defensive positions. So logically, to me, he has played as a 10 at Leeds, but he played about 30 odd games in that season out of necessity at right back. So, but I still see him as a defensive midfielder. I see him as a.
But
DM.
Adrian, in order for him to play there, he needs to get stronger. Like when I've watched him play there in the Premier League, he's looked really out of his depth. Like,
and he needs
a stronger player.
And this is the thing where you got to organise your squad. He needs a number of games there, so you need to play in their pre-season games against Arsenal, Newcastle, and Bayern Munich at the Alliance Stadium. Those 3 games we've got booked already. So he needs to play there. And then when you put a new player in, everyone says, "Oh, we want the Bergvall Gray pivot." Fine, but then you've got to play them together as a pair there for a while. You know, if you keep changing midfield players around you, that's not helpful. You need to get used to each other's game.
I think Gray needs to go on loan. There could be a player there, but when I've seen him playing in midfield in the Premier League, which is where if he's going to play at Spurs, he's going to be playing most of the time. Let's say if he stays another 2, he needs to be stronger, because when I've seen him play there, he's been not strong enough. I'm talking physically.
What we know for certain next season.
I'm not saying I don't know about his talent. I'm still yet to make a decision, because he's looked all right. Player. I'm not saying he's amazing. He's looked okay, but Bergvall for me shown more, and I wasn't even a big fan of Bergvall before we signed him.
That's fair enough. Everyone has a right to change their mind, but he ain't going out alone. Not in my book. If I was manager. Because we're in the same situation we were beginning last season. You've got 38 league games, 8 European games, 2 domestic cup games. That's 48 games we've got minimum if we don't progress in any of the cups.
But you'd hope we signed some experience, though, wouldn't you, Adrian?
Yeah.
Surely we're going to sign a few players.
I would go for Eze. I like Vanderson, the right back at Monaco. They're talking 25 mil. The Brazilian, he's a tank. He's like your doggy on the right. I would bring him in. And now I know I would also like a left back if I could think of one that was that good that we'd get at a reasonable price, not like 50 mil for Robertson or someone like that. Although Torek Mitchell might be available, I'm not sure. I think he's good enough. But Vanderson, yeah. Then you can have Spencer, new doggy on the left. Spencer's done all right on the left. He can play both, and he's the second fastest player at the squad out of VDV, I think I heard. Then you would have Vanderson and Porro on the right. So
what about if we brought in like a Polinia, who obviously went to Bayern Munich from Fulham? Then we could let Gray go on loan to say Sunderland, who have just come up from the Championship.
I like Gray.
Maybe give him Premier League. I like him, but I just don't think he's quite ready for Premier League.
I'm out in Basuma no matter what happens. I'm out in Richie no matter what happens. Romero stays, I'll be delighted if he stays. If he goes, he goes. But if he stays, I'll be delighted. He's our best defender by a country mile, right? So when we're not short centre-backs with Vasquez, Dorrington and Ashley Phillips, and you've got Dragerson and Danso as well, that's 7 even if Romero goes. So, and I think he'll stay now, just mainly because we've won this cup. I think he might have been determined to go if we hadn't won it. But yeah, so
I read something quite worrying about Romero today. I don't know where this source was from, but apparently if Romero goes to Atletico Madrid, Bentancur might follow him. I don't know how true this tweet was.
Yeah, they were interested in Bentancur as well. These players have won a couple of competitions now. They're in the European Championships now. I'm pretty sure probably Madrid are in there as well. The two Madrids and Barcelona they probably are. Well, then he's got a decision to make, and then you're like, all right, I would have gone if it was Champions. We didn't have Champions League, but are these players settled? Are these players settled at Tottenham? I mean, Romero come out and said, I love it at Spurs.
I actually think Romero does like the club. I don't doubt he doesn't, but I just think he's worried about whether we're going to match his ambition like Kane years and years ago, because I think he feels that there's like Tottenham, we are a big club, maybe in actual like historically as well, but we don't really match that in the way we do our transfer business. So if in the start of summer, we went to sign like Eze and someone else until maybe another player,
the other younger
players might be time to stay. Yeah,
I mean the likes of you, Doggy and Sarah signed up on longer contracts. They will sign other players up on longer contracts as well. You could give Bentancur, Romero career-ending contracts at their age.
I think Bentancur's going to sign one anyway. I thought I remember.
I don't think he wants to move. I don't think he wants to move, and the club want to keep him, and they want it to sit down with him, so they want to keep him. So Graham Bergvall are on contracts anyway. Kulu, not sure how long he's got, but he's got a winner's medal now as well. Big difference winning a competition does, though, doesn't it? You know, I mean, these players with medals. I mean, we sort of might begrudge Werner getting a medal, you know, but or others at times. But my players out: Richarlison, Basuma. Obviously, Højbjerg's got to be paid for. Gil, that's 4. That's 4 out. And it's a question. It's got to be 1 out and 1 in, because we can't be short on the squad. You can't leave the squad short. And then we got. And I haven't looked into the balance on the academy trained against homegrown 8 for Europe next season. So if we get an Eze in or whatever to make up them numbers of homegrown for Europe, I think we have to see what the balance is. I'm sure Ali Gold will come out of all that and I'll go and nick it.
Right, we've got Ange back in the room. Cheers, Ange. Thanks for coming back.
Nice.
We've got another question for you from Jordan. I've got a question for Ange. Why do you contradict yourself so much?
I don't think I do, mate. I don't think I do. I think I always speak from the heart, you know. So I don't think I do contradict myself at all. You know, what are you saying? What are you saying, mate? You know, Jordan, give it to me. Because I don't think I do.
What's your favourite tucker, mate? What's your favourite tucker?
Favorite tucker? I don't know. We're talking like strip joint or
Fuck it's food in Australia.
Well, you know, I don't really listen to a lot of Australian, like, because I live in Europe now most of the time. So, you know, as you know, I'm like half Greek, so I don't
What's
really.
your favourite Greek food? Souvlaki? What is it?
I just talk football, mate. You know, to be honest.
Do you like a meze or what? Souvlaki?
Well, Messi's a great footballer. Yeah, I'd love him in Spurs.
Musaka? Well, I'm not talking about Musaka Dembele. I'm talking about Musaka.
Right? Yeah. Really good fullback. Yeah, I love him. I love him again at Tottenham. You know, so yeah, all great players, but.
And I've got a question for you, man. What was that Brighton? You know, when we played Brighton and we were fantastic in that first half and 2-0 up, playing glorious football. Then Brighton came back in that second half, and you said that the game you didn't make any subs because the team didn't deserve it. What's all that about?
Well, you know, I didn't think the team deserved to win the game. I thought we were poor second half, and I thought if I made subs, we might win it, and then that would look bad on the team. So I thought I'd give the team the props, and they'd go out there and hopefully do the business, but they didn't. And plus, the subs I had were crap, to be honest. You know, so what do? You know, I don't know what to say to it, guys. You know, I didn't have the players on the bench, and the players on the pitch I thought could do a job, and they didn't.
Don't know, Ange. That's a bit iffy for me.
But hey, listen, I won your European trophy, so you know, stick it up your arse, mate.
No, you did. We've got a question here from Adam Phillip. Big up to you, man. Who's getting killed off in season 3?
But look at the next comment. That's too much.
This is a tough one. You know, I think it could be. We could be looking at maybe Basuma. Basuma might be getting killed off in season 3. He's a bit too inconsistent for me. And if we're going YouTubers, and I think we might be looking at Spurs Danlist because you know he has I don't know he vapes far too much. You know, he's vaping constantly. I think he needs to stop because it's bad for your health. But who gets killed? It could be me. You know, who knows? Could be me. But we will see what the summer brings, mate.
Do you always win in your 3rd season?
No, I always win my 2nd season, mate.
Oh, so you said that the 3rd season's going to be better. What does that look like?
Lots of defeats and maybe the odd cup win.
Lots of defeats. Alexander's got a question. Is Ange, is Kuti staying?
Well, if you saw the cuddle we had, if you watched the parade yesterday, you would have seen the cuddle that we had. That would suggest that he is absolutely staying. Whether I am or not, I don't know. But he definitely is.
Thank you. Because Adrian will be happy with that. He really rates Romero. He really does.
You know,
Did you see Levy cuddle Ange?
Well, ask
Did he?
Ask Ange is here. Ask him. How was the cuddle?
What with Daniel Levy?
Yeah.
You know, he's quite small, so the cuddle's not as good as it could be. But you know, it is what it is.
I actually read it from a good source, actually, because they were alluding to the fact, well, this doesn't seem like you do that if you're getting rid of your manager. So we'll see.
Rich has got a question. Ange, why do your players always get injured? Will we get another injury crisis next season? It's a good question, Ange. That's because the last 2 seasons you've suffered a lot of injuries.
I think you'd have to speak to the board. Obviously, I train the players, and it's all to do with the medical staff. So it's nothing to do with me. Anyway, guys, I've got to go. Take care. All the best.
He couldn't cope. Ange couldn't cope with the questions, could he?
The next point maybe last time. I just been talking to the floor.
Right, guys. Final thoughts of the evening. We're gonna check out soon. Any final thoughts?
I'm still.
Are you going to the game tomorrow? Hen? You going?
Yeah.
So
I was going to say,
I'm looking forward. How much you guys looking forward to tomorrow's game? It's going to be a real scratchy 11. I know that for a fact. Right?
I think I'm probably going to lose 2-0. But I'm saying about the Europa League, right? Yeah, like I'm excited we won the Europa League, but I just want the club to push on from here and like actually use your Champions League for once.
It doesn't paper over the cracks, that win. It's great to have the win and the trophy. It doesn't paper over the cracks. We need oven-ready upgrades in this squad.
No, I agree with you, Adrian.
On Sean's show, and he's talking about Ryan Cherkin. Yeah, fine. I like the look of the player. He's 21, though. Why can't we find a winger that's 24, 25? You can give the 5-year contract with a year's extension to, because 6 years seems to be pretty normal, the amount of money you're paying for players. So why can't we do that, you know? I mean, I look at loads of players, but I'm waiting before they really gain gravitas. I'm not going to the videos and posting the videos. Although I did post one on Ryan Cherky and Jonathan David, I've got to be honest, in the WhatsApp groups and that. Yeah, so.
Yeah, it's. What was the question again?
Just final thoughts of the night.
So we are, mate.
I don't know. I just think we're at a point now where we are in such a good position. We have just won a European trophy. All the fans are united, and it is a perfect opportunity now for Levy to get it absolutely spot on and to take this club forward. He's never going to have a better opportunity. Now the fans are pretty much 90-10, all on side. Now's your chance, Daniel Levy. Get it right.
I can see us getting the free agent guys. I mean, you've got Angel Gomez, you've got Johnny Cardoso, who's a decent player for the money, 21 million quid, 25 million euros, you know, but you could go for like Douglas Luiz, Fratesi, Paulina, Boyan or whatever. But he's a good player, Cardoso. He can do the job, defensive midfielder. Gomez and Jonathan David. Sean was saying on his show, Butler, that, you know, the agent wants 10 million, he wants 15 million to sign on, which, although sounds outlandish to some, I mean, if the player's worth that on the market anyway, and you're not having to pay a transfer fee for him, then you can get him in. I'm like that with Jonathan David, though. I wanted Vlahovic, who's available at Juve, because they brought in Moani, didn't they? So,
do you think we'll pay his wages, Adrian? How much is he on Juventus salary?
I don't know on the wages that people pound about. They're not on 400 grand. He might be on 200 grand. I don't think. You have to go and Google it. I mean, but yeah, see what he's on. If he's on 300 grand or whatever, then when you bring a player in like that, you say, if you want to keep the wage structure low, what you do, you give them a bigger signing on fee to counteract the wages. Say, look, that's our wages. We ain't paying more than that. But because you want this and we agree to this amount, we'll give you X million to sign on. As a signing on fee. There are ways around it.
Yeah, I agree.
If you don't want to break the structure. So,
Adrian, why don't they ever push the boat out with wages on players? What is it with Levy? Why? Because we miss out on a lot of top talent. Because
I don't know. I haven't got the answer to that. That Adam Phillips got a good point. Apart from the fact that the problem with his girlfriend, Mason Greenwood, very good finisher. I know he went for all that shit with his girlfriend. He's in France now. Where's he with Lille? Where is he? Adam Phillips. Where is Mason?
Isn't he Italy?
Italy or Italy? Is he? Yeah, he had to go away. Yeah.
No, I'm not going to Spain. Where is Mason Greenwood? Is he Spain?
He's a good finisher.
Yeah, no, you're right. He went to Getafe, didn't he? Is it Getafe?
Yeah, he's in Spain.
I don't know.
Yeah. So I think Gomez wants to come to Spurs. So we could end up getting 2. Then you get rid of. I'm not against having 8 midfielders in a squad of 25 because you've got 2 extra places. You've got 2 squads of 11. The third goalkeeper's 23, and you've got 2 extra spots. So, and then what you have to take into this as well is the homegrown issue as well. So
look, guys. Who knows what will happen in the summer? I just hope that the club take things seriously on the pitch. Sign some. All for me is experienced players are needed into the team for next season. You know, not so many young players. We've got the young players. We've got plenty of them. We need experience in this team. Players who played in the Champions League. Players who have won things. You know, 3 or 4 of them. Then we may have a chance.
We're not talking like 30, 31, 32-year-olds, are we? We're talking like 25, 26, 27-year-olds.
Yeah. Exactly.
When we're talking experience, doesn't have to be older players.
I would take any of the Leverkusen's back 3, Tar, Tapsoba, or especially Hincapi. He's 24. I would take him. I would take Hincapi. Can play left back as well. The Ecuador player. Tapsoba's good as well, and Tar's been brilliant for Germany. Now, he is experienced. If you want to bring an experienced player in, and he's captain Germany, but he'd probably end up with Bayern Munich because he's on a free. You know what I mean? So, like,
he was on United's, but United's radar, wasn't he? But obviously, United haven't won the Europa League, so I don't know now.
We've been linked with a striker called Guessand in France. But these are more sort of clickbait.
We need players that have proven it, Adrian. Yeah. You know, we can't keep buying these young players, these maybe players. You know, we've got to go for top players. I keep saying it every season.
Yeah, we do. We need oven-ready players. Right? Yeah. Now, I get the links with Angel Gomez is a good footballer. What the little I've seen him moving for England, right? Cardoso, what I see of him this season, stepped up, bossed the midfield against Real Madrid in the game they played. So he's decent. The problem is there aren't that many sexy players out there that are available. And there aren't, name all the Galacticos out there now. There used to be loads. There's none. There's hardly any. Nico Williams probably at Real Betis, is it? Real, I think.
If we're looking at a number 6, I don't want a sexy player. I want a player who's nasty, dirty, who I don't care if he's sexy. I want a player who's going to rip the shirt off your back.
I like Fratesi. Yeah, he's saying he ain't coming. Well, he scored a goal in the final, didn't he? So I like Fratesi. He really is a box-to-box dog of war. He's like Højbjerg on steroids, in my opinion.
That's what we need. We need a player who can get stuck in.
But we could go and try and get Douglas Luiz, who was at Villa. You know, like you say, Paulina at Bayern Munich. They owe us money. I don't want their old wingers.
Sane.
Bringing a winger in.
Take Sane.
Nah, not now. Not at his age.
How old is he now,
Sane? I'm not a big fan of Sane.
How old is he? Must be, what, 27? Don't know.
Yeah, he's in his 20s still, but for me, he's just too inconsistent.
You want someone who's 20, who's got a bit of guile about him that comes with like seasoned experience.
What about Wemo, Brentford?
29. That's 29.
Yeah, you could take him.
Yes,
24, 25.
Wemo would do.
Mitoma's 28 though, isn't he? I think he's about 28.
Is he?
Yeah, he is. I'm sure he's done. He's about 28, 29.
I'm going to look that up.
I like that fullback Kirkes that played against us.
Yeah, Bournemouth. He's going to Liverpool, isn't
he?
And the Palace fullback Munoz
is good. I like both Palace fullbacks.
Robertson's good at Fulham. You're still talking about we've got the money now, but we don't see. It's the question of like if Romero stays, fine, we save a fortune because if you get rid of Romero, you've got to find someone good enough to replace him, like a Guay because he's homegrown, right? That's why I think Aaron's just more interested, and he's a good player, right? So Romero stays, that's fantastic because now it saves us work in the transfer window, which is from June the 1st to September the 1st. But you want to get your work done early because you've got 2.5 weeks of that is actually during the Premier League season will have started for 2.5 weeks by the time the window closes. So really you want to get if you want to have work with these players on a training field out of 12.8 weeks or whatever it is, you really want to get your pre-season tour away. You want your players back from holiday, and you want at least a month with them, any new players on the training field. That's why I like last season when we went away and played QPR and we went to Scotland and played games, because we were back here getting prepped up. And then we had that game against Bayern Munich, didn't we? Last. And we got a game with them again. So, but that's in Germany.
Okay, let me ask a question. Is actually this board, the recruitment team, actually going to come through with this, Adrian? Because you're talking a lot, but do you believe?
I think whether Paratici joins us at the end of June or not when his band's up, he's going to have a big say in the transfer window.
So do you have confidence?
Yeah, I do. I do, because we got money now.
Okay.
I thought prior to this win, I thought we'd get probably signed 2 or 3 and any extras. We all know we need probably about 6, ideally 2 fullbacks, right? Probably 2 midfielders, a striker and a winger.
Another team, basically, Adrian. We need another team.
But without this money we got coming in, that was never going to happen. But we could still do that, get 5 or 6 in. If you got Tell back on a loan, right? And if you do get a new manager in, they might not want Tell. You know, I mean, there's so many, you know.
All right. One more question. Is Ange going to be here come the start of next season?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
He is.
Definitely.
Even though I don't want him here, he's going to be here.
Sadly, yes.
Okay. Right. We're going to wrap it up, guys. Got to wrap it up. What a show. Fantastic show, guys. Big up to everyone in the chat. Thank you for all your comments. I hope you enjoyed the show. Big up to everybody who's joined us throughout the night.
Mm-hmm.
Please subscribe to everyone's channels. That'll be much appreciated. Nigel and me will be back Tuesday. Be on the Lane, episode 35.
We're out. Spurs Diehards got a show tomorrow. Ian Meth is hosting. We'll be discussing the cup win and the Brighton game, wherever that goes tomorrow. I'm going.
You're doing a season review, isn't he, tomorrow? Isn't he, Adrian?
No, I'm doing that Tuesday.
You're doing that Tuesday, okay.
After your show, so I can send you the invites. Probably if you want to come on, you're welcome. As is welcome, come on if you're about Tuesday. Yeah, you about Tuesday, guys?
Yeah, I think I should be. Yeah.
Right, well, I'll message you and Nigel that.
Have you got anything coming up on your channel, mate?
All right. I was probably going to stream on Tuesday, but probably earlier than you lot. So I don't think we'll clash.
What are you
I'm
doing?
going to stream.
All good, mate.
Just a normal stream, to be honest.
Because what's going to happen?
Like,
yeah.
Because it's the season ending, so I guess we'll just talk about the season ending, really. So I think on Monday, I think a lot of people will be streaming because it's bank holiday. So
yeah, and I think a lot of us will be doing after the game and just doing that bit that we're going to do Tuesday on the season review and whatever. We know then now that players are on tour, unless we're discussing pre-season games when we watch them, see if we've got some good cameo roles from players and that. It's going to be mainly transfers, isn't it? All the discussions have been around transfers and Ange's future. They'll still talk about it because if the board don't say nothing, that conversation is going to keep going, right?
Yeah.
It's just
they need to come out and say it, don't they, Adrian? You're right. They need to come out and say, we're going to keep Ange, we're going to back him.
It's an awkward one. I have some sympathy with the board on that because, like, it's the fans that, the proportion of the fan base out there, we don't know how many there are, that like want him out, including yourself or whatever, which is fair enough, right? But we don't know. The board might think, well, I'm not coming out. Why should I come out? The man's got a job. He's got 2 years left on his contract. So I get that angle as well, right? So if nothing's said during this week, because if you're going to do it, you move quickly. If you've got
Doesn't Levy come out with a statement? No, doesn't he come out before the last game of the season? He comes out with his little statement.
You're right. You're right.
When is that?
Well, if he does, he does. But if we get through next week and the board have said nothing, then Angie's definitely staying. I think he's definitely staying there because, you'd want to get a manager in as quickly as possible, as well.
Yeah.
Not necessarily for the signings because it isn't a, Because if Paratici picked his man, it wouldn't be a question, you've got to get him early because of signings. No, because Paratici will know the man he wants, and Paratici will also know the list of players that he wants. So that wouldn't be an issue. And I hope he comes back, actually. So we'll see. Another discussion you will have as well soon is the fact that the tribunal have got to announce Man City's the results of the 115.
They go away with that. They go away with that.
I was having a bit of a banter with Jose over it. He said they're going to get away with scot-free. See, everyone's cynical and thinks the league's corrupt and all that. But this is an independent tribunal. And when you consider what happened to Forest and Everton for minor infringements, they got points deductions. You know, these teams are going to get at least transfer embargoes and what. Anyway, it's another subject, another time. But that's something to bear in mind for your future shows because we should cover it. You know, so.
All right, guys. Big up, Nige. Big up, Haz. Big up, Adrian. Thanks so much, guys, in the chat. If you haven't subscribed to their channels, please go over and do it. That'll be great. Take care of yourselves. Last game of the season tomorrow. I don't think anyone really cares about this game, to be honest. We're all just worried or thinking what's going to happen in the summer. Good night to everybody.
That's what we're going to do. We're going to carry on the party.
Yeah, it'll be great at the stadium. Yeah, that'll be great. Fantastic stuff. Good night, everyone. Take care of yourselves.
Big up to the chat.
Big up. Come on, you Spurs.